Hello and welcome to the LRS Premade finals, actually. AOE versus ROTM. I am here with my second analyst, Gurf.
Yo, what's up? I cannot believe we're already in finals, but look where we are now. Wolven, I am so excited for tonight. How are you feeling, buddy?
I'm super excited. I've seen AOE, not I almost said PvE, but it used to be PvE. But I've seen AOE played in the semis against EMD, and that was a game to watch.
Oh, yeah, it was. I mean, both these teams coming in from their semifinals on 5-game series. I mean, that is just showing it's a true testament to the skill of these last final teams that were here in playoffs. But tonight, we're down to just 2. And there can only be one at the end of the night. I think both teams have a great story coming into this. So we got about 9 more minutes until we actually hop into our draft for game number 1. But let's talk about these guys for a second. We'll start on the left side of the bracket with Return of the Middle Sticks, their Platinum team here. Second split now they've been in LRS pre-made. Second split that they have made it all the way to finals. Last split, you know, we saw RTT take them down. It was a crazy 5-game series in the winter split. But this time, they took down RTT in quarterfinals, overcame Glaive, and now they are here once again in finals, looking to put a crown on each and every one of their heads and become those champions. I mean, a lot of great stuff I've seen from ROTM as well, too. Their entire squad, Viban, Hopefully, I'm saying that right. 2004 Lexus as well too. Winged, Boar, Hulk, and of course their subs as well too. I don't know if they're going to be using those substitutes tonight that are on their roster, or if they're just going for the straight main roster. But there's a lot of good stuff that they like to whip out. I mean, a lot of it, as we've seen from ROTM, is team centric. They are going to be playing stuff that synergizes really well with each other. You know, sometimes we might even see the Ornn pick come out. A lot of Leona I've seen as well too in their match history, and a lot of good strong stuff for Wing Nation as well too in that mid lane. So I'm looking forward to probably some AP bursty mages that can just make people disappear like that. And that's I'm really looking forward to what ROTM is going to be bringing out for us tonight.
Yeah, I'm also like extremely excited for ROTM. I have seen 2004 Lexus GX 470, crazy name, but I have seen him so active in the banter chat, saying how he's just going to 3-0 AOE tonight.
You know what?
So-
It's not a bad thing to have the confidence coming into this. Will it be a 3-0? I cannot determine that right now. We have both two really good teams that did come from the same pool. So these guys have played against each other before, but it is both teams from that pool B that are here in final. So will it be a three straight game? You know, there is the potential chance if one of the teams are not, you know, feeling ready to go for tonight. But I think both these teams more than capable of taking games off each other. I think we're going to have a great series on our hands. We were talking a little bit about ROTM, but also got to look at the other side of the bracket, that AOE squad coming in tonight. Bunch of veteran players that have been here in Legends for many years. We've got Canatin, Esmond, K-God, a few others like Nerf Adderall, who's on the substitute list. Flybeck and Matzi are there as well too, but I believe that they are going to be using I'm a Nutter as their mid laner tonight. But either way, these players have played with each other for multiple splits. I mean, you could say the same about ROTM, but these guys were that PvE originally, or the former PvE team last split. They did get upset actually by Regicide there right off the bat in their first week of playoffs, but I'm sure they're feeling that, and that's why we see them back here in finals looking to take home the win. They are just as hungry as the other side of the bracket, and I'm so excited to see the competition that we have lined up for us tonight.
And don't forget, Canatin and Esmond just got off of winning the LRS draft.
They did. This could be a second championship for them, this split. So again, that would be massive for them. Honestly, it's tough to root for one team when I love everybody so much on both sides. So I love the storylines for both these teams. I really wish both of them the best of luck. But with our last few minutes, you know, we can maybe discuss a little bit about what we might expect to see for tonight. I was touching on ROTM's team-centric play style here, and not to say that AOE is not focusing around that, but generally from them, we are probably going to be seeing a little bit more focus towards the solo lanes to winning those individual matchups. I think tonight there's going to be a lot of focus around the Ezreal. Both teams can play this champion, and we've seen it again. You can vary the build. We've seen the Divine Sunder be the most popular. Not too bad to bring in the Duskblade. We did see an AP Ezreal on stream last night, which again, if you want to go for that option, it is there. But I think what stands out to me is what Kennington and I were actually talking about on the stream last night, which was those S tier picks, which are just so prevalent around every single league we've seen across the amateur board, across the pro scene as well too, is those champions that are just what's the answer to them? What do we do about a Gwen, a Viego in our faces when they are just insta-picking them both?
Yeah, that is true. I'm assuming to see Gwen and Viego because, you know, they're high contested champions. They're, you know, both really good champions at the moment. Even when the, you know, the nerfs do come to them next patch, I still think they're going to be really strong, you know, contenders to be picked. Now, I am curious. I see that 2004 Lexus plays Ivern. Has he ever put up the Ivern before on stream?
can't recall if he's actually done that. If we see it in finals, I am just, let's just say I'm going to dump a bunch of tokens on ROTM because that would be sweet. Either way, I'm going to play around with some tokens tonight, and I hope the folks watching at home in Twitch chat are also going to participate in our predictions, because it's going to be, honestly, the battle of ROTM coin versus AOE coin here. Which one's going to the moon? I think both are loaded up. Those booster jets are fueled and ready to go. But which one is going to land at their final destination? There can only be one. There's only enough room on the launch pad for one, one to come in, if that analogy makes sense.
Now, do you think it's going to be like who do you think is going to win the entire series? Though, I think I want to go for Rodham because since they did make it to finals last split, and they played their hearts out, I think they're going to 3-2 AOE.
3-2 AOE. And that's the thing. I can see the series going the full 5 games tonight, just based on the skill of these two teams. Honestly, though, if there is a very dominating game 1, I think it's going to make it hard for the other side dealing with that to kind of get over that. I think that's going to be the toughest obstacle, if anything, is if there is that one game that's like, oh man, we just got absolutely stomped. What are we going to do to deal with that draft, with that team play, in order to get past that? So I could see this going 3-2 either way. But if there is that case and another team can't get their heads on their shoulders, then I think we might see that 3-0. However, to counter my own point, both these teams are in finals for a reason. Both these teams got through those best-of-5 series. And I think they're more than capable of having the mentals to keep themselves in a full series here in finals. So I'm just ready for the show here. We are about to get going, but any final thoughts, Wolven, before we send it off to the casters?
Any final thoughts? We'll see. I'm super happy to see Esmond again in the bot lane. I feel like Esmond's a really good player to watch.
Yeah.
But I'm also super hyped to see Canoptim, because Canoptim is a player who's had known to pull out the most weirdest things and make it work.
Aphelios top. We'll just put a pin in that and see if that comes up today. Same goes for the side of ROTM as well, too. I really like keeping an eye on Lexus and Wing Nation. They tend to have some really good synergy there between mid and jungle, so I'm excited to see what kind of picks they're going to be coming out with. Lexus kind of has that ability to play those carry junglers, but also play those enabler champions that can really just help boost, say, an AP burst mage who needs that early gold coming in to really get the ball rolling. So I think both teams have some great synergy, have some great plans, and have some great ideas, but it's all going to come down to how it unfolds on the Rift.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm super hyped.
Absolutely, and I think we are about ready to go with our two teams. So once you get the ready, I'll hop off the screen here, let the casters come and do their lovely work. But it will be Shogun and Salt Spreader on the desk tonight doing our cast. So they will bring you all that lovely action. We will see you back here intermediately in between the games here. So we'll just do a little updates for you as we go on through the night. And just a reminder, too, we're going to be doing votes for player of the series at the end of the evening. So make sure to tune in and stick around for that versus our normal player of the game between everything. Because it's playoffs, we're just going to keep things a little bit more streamlined so these players can stay in the game, stay focused, and not have distractions caused by us production crew.
That is true.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. But how are we looking? Are our teams in the lobby ready to go?
Teams are in the lobby. I think we're just waiting on one more person to ready up, and I think they'll be good to go.
Excellent to hear. We are going to be opening up the predictions once teams are locked into their compositions as well too. So make sure to keep an eye out for that. It'll essentially be coming back as soon as they are locked into the client, and then you can use those channel points, bet on whatever team you think is going to win that first game of the night. And I think, this first game, and especially so the first draft, is really going to set a precedent for what we are to be expecting for tonight. Last night we had a big long game 1 as well too. That was back and forth, and I don't know if we see something like that, or if one team is just coming out of the gates, have their playoff picks, their secret picks that they've been holding on to all split waiting for tonight. So
Hmm.
I'm very excited to see how this draft is going to go.
Yeah, I'm super excited too. But it looks like both teams are actually ready to start the draft. So I'm gonna send it on to the casters, and we can get game one started. ROTM versus AOE.
See you guys later.
Alrighty, so we're getting into draft here. Should be starting up in just a few seconds.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be a good one. You know, both these teams have been playing exceptionally well. You know, ROTM actually pulling out the victory there against RTT after what happened last split. You know, knocking them out in finals. So this time they're here without their arch nemesis, you know. So it's to make a comeback. You know, they're here for blood. They want things to go. And, you know, it's going to be very, very fun to see ROTM back in form.
Yeah, absolutely. Excited to see ROTM again. Also excited to see though how AOE stacks up against them now, because been watching a lot of AOE recently with that last week. You know, they're very fresh faces on everyone's minds right now. So, and that 5-game series that they had against Evermore Dragons. I mean, ROTM also had a 5-game series, but people were expecting AOE to kind of do a little bit better against Evermore Dragons, especially after how close or like how good their first game was. But then the second game happened, and then things got a little iffy.
Yep.
So
and you know, we just see some pretty prio bans here. Viego, banned away, as well as Kindred and Karma. Karma's one of the best flex picks in the game as of now, apart from like the two OPs of Gwen, Viego. But Aurelia also taken off the table now. She is now flexible into the mid lane because of her new mini rework, which allows her to actually have that super strong level 1 Gs in the mid lane instead of having to kill 4 casters, you know, or 4 minions. You only need to kill 3. But ROTM are going to lock in Tristana's the first pick response of Ezreal, Diana, and ROTM actually responding with the Trundle Lulu. And if this Lulu is a solo lane, I think it's pretty good here, but the Tristana Lulu don't really synergize super well together in the early lane phase, because Tristana wants to go in, she wants to pop off, you know, get those resets going, take people down with those explosive charges. Ooh, but the Thresh pickup here, very, very strong into that Tristana especially.
yeah, I really like the interaction that they picked up for themselves in order to like just flay the Tristana out of her W. If the Thresh is really good, you could go for the hook, a lot easier to do. The second thing I mentioned, of course, I did like the Trundle kinda into Diana in general. You could use his pillar to kind of stop her momentum of going in. She would have to use her E1, like her second E, a little earlier than she'd usually want to. So interested to see how that Trundle ends up doing and where it ends up going. It could, you could theoretically see it going into something weird. Like, I would consider the jungle a little weird. I would rather see Trundle in the top lane.
That's fair.
Just in general, just because like Trundle is one of the champions you think of when you think of a split pusher,
especially with Hullbreaker.
Exactly, and that's a lot harder to do in the jungle when you don't have teleport. It's possible and maybe solo queue, but if you're like actually trying to split push, playing something like Tryndamere Jax or Trundle in the jungle does not work very well.
And you know, the Zig Zerath ban banning away those long-range mages who can just shove waves and play very, very safe, very smart. They're coming in from AOE, and they're going to lock in themselves an Orianna there, so they have good presence in the mid lane. They have some good wombo with the Diana Ori, but it's very heavy AP in the mid-jungle duo, so, you know, if you're a mid laner, just gotta take that little MR shard there. Gonna be very helpful to deal with both of these champs. But for ROTM, they are focusing down Canatin's champion pool, banning away that Jax and the Gangplank as well, and it is gonna be that Vel'Koz locked in here. You know, that we've seen it yesterday, yeah, we did see it yesterday coming in from PvE. They did play it in the mid lane. It popped off a little bit, but unfortunately just wasn't enough to help them win game number 1. But then I stepped in and made things better for them. But we'll see what ROTM lock in their comp with, and this will tell us if this Lulu is going to be that top lane pick. You know, could be flexed to that support, top, and mid lane role, because she still hasn't been nerfed for some reason. don't get me started on that. But it's going to be that Ornn in the top lane. So it actually could still be a flex between the Vel'Koz and Lulu, but I am expecting the Vel'Koz in the mid lane.
Yeah, I would definitely see Vel'Koz going to mid lane, especially against the Orianna. Being able to have that range on that champion is something that you're really looking for. However, what we are seeing is that Trundle is in fact going into the jungle, which can work, but it's likely that you're only really using it for that interrupt on the dashes and trying to corral each member of the team. And just trying to counter the Diana, which I think you could have done with a better jungle pick. And
that's very aggressive.
Yeah, that's AOE. You know, this actually just reminds me of the comps that they were running last series, which they've got some wombo combo in there. They got the Diana Orianna combo, but something weird also is that they have a good amount of poke as well with the Ezreal and the Jace. So excited to see how that ends up working. Of course, the perfect world is you just poke the other team until you're ready to go in. But that being said, if they do want to go in, ROTM has drafted themselves some pretty good disengage in the Ornn and the Trundle. Oh, and the Lulu, of course.
Very, very true. One thing from AoE, though, is they have a very, very strong siege comp if they are allowed to get, a Baron going or something along those lines. If one member falls, they have some great siege. They can push these towers down very, very well. They have great range, great tower taking potential with the double AP champions as well as the Ezreal. Able to use that Essence Flux on the towers. So they also have good peel from the Thresh, and they have a lot of poke, which is very, very strong.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how they utilize their champions, how they utilize this comp, because it could be a very fun one to watch. ROTM, on the other hand, it's a bit mismatched, and they don't really have a clear way of winning fights on their own. I don't think they have any reliable engage. Their closest thing to that is Ornn, and I don't even consider that necessarily very reliable, because it can still be missed. It can very easily be missed as well.
That is very true.
And like other than that, you have no way to press the go button. I guess you could have maybe Tristana W in. That's not what you want ever in
a
situations.
Malphite ult. We've seen a lot of players, jump straight into the enemy team and then get instantly blown up. So let's hope that Boar is not going to be doing that this game. But we do see Lexus on at Trundle, and if you've watched a little bit of LPL, you've known that it's very, very funny to see champions locked up against the wall with that Trundle pillar, basically acting as like a 4-second stun or however long that pillar lasts. And don't forget, Ornn can use his knockup on the Trundle pillar as well. So it's not that bad of a combination.
Very true. I wasn't really thinking about that one.
Isn't that bad, yeah. So they have great gank potential up in the top side. They have double ways to guarantee the Ornn to land his first knockup, which guarantees Brittle as well as the Ornn combo, the Assassin Mage one-shot thingies that he's very, very good at. And yeah, I think this Jace, is going to have a little bit of a good time in the early game, but as soon as those level 6s are hit, it's going to be a world of pain, and I expect them to just try and shut that down, as well as the Ezreal as well. The thing is, though, they're going to struggle a little bit come this late game because they don't really have a true way to take down the double tank line coming in from ROTM. If this Diana and Orianna are not super far ahead, this Ezreal does struggle into champions like that Ornn, so we'll see if they are able to make it work, though.
Yeah, that Ornn, I would say Trundle as well, going to be a little problematic for Ezreal. In early game, of course, Tristana going to have Ezreal's number for a good amount of that early game. It's, in my opinion, in the mid game where Tristana actually starts to kind of fall off a little bit, as long as she's not snowballing, and then she only gets. If you're snowballing at any champion, you're obviously going to have a very strong mid to late game. But Tristana, if you go even with Ezreal, as soon as Ezreal gets his item spikes, which I imagine he still wants to go Divine Sunderer in this game.
Definitely.
Yeah, exactly. So as soon as he gets his Divine Sunderer, he hits a pretty decent power spike there, and Muramana is where things get pretty crazy, but even that just having that Divine Sunderer, Tristana is going to start feeling the pain if she doesn't keep up with him.
And I think that's my main issue there with that Lulu pickup there, right? It doesn't really have a way to guarantee that Tristana kills in any way. The Tristana's gonna try and jump in, maybe take it on the Ezreal or something, but she's gonna get flayed away by K-God. You know, we've seen K-God on Thresh, very, very good at that champion. So, you know, definitely something you have to be worried about, especially if you are bored, because even if you do get that first shot off with your bomb, you're very susceptible to getting one shot with the Ezreal there, free firing as you're stunned up and flayed around. And the Lulu really can't do anything to help you up other than shield you, maybe, and try and polymorph the Thresh at most. But the Ezreal should never be in polymorph range, so it's going to be very rough for Boar in this early lane phase because of the AD support mismatch, in my opinion.
Yeah, the AD support mismatch is going to be difficult for Boar to work around. Ezreal's actually just thriving with his support pick. Obviously, I think Tristana Thresh would be better for Tristana, but Ezreal Thresh is perfectly fine for Ezreal, because Thresh does not have to go in, and also he can roam, try to help out his mid laner as well, and Ezreal should be able to survive against Tristana Lulu. I don't really think that combo can dive him very easily. If it was like Tristana,
Leona,
and like a Nautilus. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. Ezreal might have a difficult time staying alone in lane, but Tristana Lulu, not too scary. I actually think Tristana Lulu in general was pretty troll. I used to like draft for a team that always wanted to first pick Lulu because they thought it was super broken, which people told us no. But honestly, first picking Lulu B1 in this meta would have been pretty fine.
It is definitely fine.
Yeah, I don't think B1 Tristana was the play. I think you want a B1 Lulu, and then you could, if they pick Ezreal, which AOE, if you do your homework, they're probably gonna R1 or R2 Ezreal, and then you could pick up Kog'Maw, maybe the Twitch if you want that, something that synergizes a little bit better with the Lulu, but we'll see how the Tristana pick works out for them.
Very, very true. And Tristana's can pop off, you know, if things are played poorly by the bot lane of AOE. But this mid lane, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. Long range mage versus mid range control mage. And this jungle matchup, I don't really think they really want to interact with each other until team fights start happening. But I do expect Canaton to at least be stomping the early lane phase for the most part. But with that, you know, we'll be heading off to a quick break as we get things set up for game number 1. Predictions are open. AOE coin or ROTM coin. We'll see who wins out tonight. We'll be right back.
You know
Hey everybody, welcome back to game number 1 of the series of the finals of the LTS between... Oh, no, not LTS, LRS? Yeah, okay,
LRS.
I gotta write the second time. There we go. Between, is it Return? Return of the Middle Six?
Yep,
I
Return
always
of the
get it
Middle
wrong.
Six.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Return of the Middle Six and AOE Esports Obsidian. I wanted to say Revenge, knew it was wrong. Was pretty sure it was Return. As a... Got a standard
We did that
5-point
last
coming out.
split here.
Pretty sure I did. That does sound familiar. I get everybody's names wrong. It
Oh,
happens all the time.
nice.
Ooh,
Gets that mana flow proc. I think he has mana flow.
You know-
let me check real quick.
oh my god!
He
He
does-
got two.
oh, he gets another. That's huge.
That's actually massive. Yeah. If he had kleptomania,
Imagine having Klepto.
That would be pretty nice.
I miss Klepto, but that one was broken beyond belief.
Revenge. I hope it's not revenge.
It's Return. It's Return.
Yeah, we actually, interestingly enough, we're going to see Trundle starting on the top side. And for once, at least from the AOE series last time, what they were doing is they were having their junglers start the red buff with, I think they were just starting the buff alone, and they would fake the leash from blue buff. So yeah, their jungler would be starting on red side, or yeah, they would be starting on red buff. They would fake the leash, come on down, and then the other team had no idea where the jungler was. So that's not happening this game, of course. As that's a lot.
Wow.
What? Okay, that's a flash burn from Lulu already. As okay, yeah, Tristana and Lulu actually have no presence in this lane.
Yeah, the lane is just over now. If Tristana ever wants to do anything, they just kill Lulu. This lane is over. Just because of that one misstep, this lane is just so hard to play out here, and they're looking again.
Yeah, Tristana's brought down to like 200 HP, and with just a Flay, and weirdly enough, Ezreal and... Oh wait, the flash! The Flay into the Tristana is gonna be hooked in from the Lulu, and that's first blood going over to the Ezreal. A weirdly fast-paced Ezreal Thresh bot lane that I'm just not prepared for at all, and certainly the Lulu and Tristana were not prepared for it either.
So one thing about Ezreal, right? He has a very, very strong level 1, but doesn't really get strong again until level 6. Otherwise, he just wants to poke up until that point. But because they were able to play that level 1 by getting that early game poke on the Lulu by that tribe rush, they just pushed that advantage and forced the flash, and then they could just do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, and the weirdest thing about what they've drafted into Ezreal as, yeah, Trundle wants to come and try to get something done onto the mid lane, does force Orianna to flash away, wanted to avoid the knockup of Vel'Koz, but as I was saying, when you draft Ezreal, you're not expecting to win the early game, and when you want to draft against the Ezreal, you want to try to punish that champion. So you've already had the Tristana, you had the perfect tool, and they picked an Ezreal into that champion. All you gotta do is pick a support that can synergize there and keep up the pressure, but instead they pick Lulu, who can walk up if it's not against someone like a Thresh, and all of a sudden you're in a really bad spot for your support when you could have had a Leona. That never happens against Leona, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think any of that was legal.
No, definitely not. Leona has more than enough base damage to 1v1 the 80 carry. That is definitely never allowed with a champion like Leona or Nautilus, whose base numbers are just so high. But let's talk about, the top lane there. Canaton is slightly winging out on CS, got that base off, now looking to return. But Vibon has the Aftershock here, and I think that's a good choice, but I think a better choice would have been Unsealed Spellbook, personally. And he also did do the refillable start with no starting item, and then built Doran Shield in lane, has now built that into Corrupting Potion, so, overall good Ornn play there. A lot of first time Ornns just go with the Doran Shield plus that pot in lane phase and do nothing but that. But in reality, you should always go refillable and just buy your items in lane, because that's what your champ does. That's
exactly.
You don't even need to cheater base on Ornn, because you can buy items in lane. There's no reason to. You can just stay in lane all you want. If you need mana, you buy mana. You need health, you buy health. That's why Ornn is just one of a very strong champion. You have to be very wary of it. And he also has a very deceptively strong early game too. There's just a lot about Ornn you have to worry about.
You can absolutely dish out a weird amount of damage if you don't understand what the champion does or what's about to happen to you. Of course, when you do start to understand Ornn a little bit more, you don't fall for that deceptive strength that he has, and you can kind of play around it a little bit better. Jay's doing a decent job of that. Also doing a solid job of keeping up in CS for now. It is a lot easier to do when you're playing a ranged top laner into just about anyone has. Tristana's going to get hooked in, going to be taking a little low, does not use her W, might have already used it, or just doesn't want to waste it to get away, knowing that, oh, Lulu's actually going to get flayed, gets hit with the Essence Flux, but it is not popped, as now they are looking for a dive onto the Ornn. Ornn doing what he can to stay alive for as long as possible. Diana taking a few tower shots, and one more would have actually gotten the kill as Vel'Koz flashes in, gets the kill on Diana, and Jace has to flash away from the knockup. The ult is going to do it from the Vel'Koz to get the kill onto Jace, as now Orianna, who has teleported in, has to run away, and a terrible dive from AOE turns into a great play, a great teleport play for Winged Nation from Return of the Middle Stick. So great job from Vel'Koz.
Now I was down the Aftershock, but it was those Aftershock resistances that kept the Ornn alive for so long there, and outplaying that dive very well, using that unstoppable as well as he could have to stop that knockback. Ornn, yeah, he's very tanky. Always be wary of that. He's one of those champs that's also just very, very hard to dive unless you have him at 25% HP before the dive. And, you know, with that Jace, it's definitely possible to do that. You just have to respect the fact that, you know, you gotta be wary that the Ornn has everything he can. He had Aftershock up. I don't think that was called out. So if they knew the Aftershock was up, they shouldn't have looked for that dive until they're able to force it to be procced, or if they had his HP low enough where they could just one-shot him even under tower without having to burn flashes and die for it if a TP did come.
Ooh, a great hook onto Lulu. Could be a bait, though, because we see Trundle coming down the river as now a great play from Tristana to jump in. Who needs an engaged support? She's going to do it again. Might find the kill onto Trundle. He's so low. Might be able to get the return kill onto Trundle, but he's going to be able to flash on out of there as Tristana picks herself up a double kill. And now things are getting a little out of hand as in the top lane, an ult comes out from Ornn. Might get a solo kill onto Jace. What a play from really all the members, except all the members of Return of the Middle Six. Winged Nation, the only one not really a part of the last 20 seconds there, but of course did have that double kill earlier, so I'll give him a pass on that one.
And that's the Ornn one-shot. You love to see it. The Assassin, Mage, Bruiser, Tank, everything. Oh, but he's not done yet.
Not done. Yeah, he's not out of the woods, and they're going to do a lot of damage to him, getting very low, and he's going to go down. It took, you could say, 3 members, probably only really 2. The ultimate from Diana was enough to seal his fate, I would imagine. The Shockwave could have been useful, but was not necessary, which is why Orianna was able to hold on to it. And they're going to pick themselves up a Rift Herald as well on top of that. So a solid play from AOE to try to get some money back in their pockets after the disaster that the last minute or 2 have been.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing is, though, the Ezreal, you know, not even behind, though, after that play, even though he had to burn everything, he is actually still slightly ahead of that Tristana, even after she did get those double kills. So he's not in that terrible of a spot. The main recipient of pain is going to be that Orianna, who's down quite a bit of gold because of the double kill that Winged Nation was able to grab from that top side. And they're going in, though. Yeah,
Shockwave's going to come out, dodges the knockup from Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz does not have his flash up. One more QW will do it. The shutdown comes through for Orianna, as now things are looking a good bit better for AOE with that kill coming through.
And, yeah, you know, good thing Ori saved that Shockwave. You know, they only committed 2 ultimates up in that top side, or 1 ultimate, really. Jace doesn't have one. But saving that Shockwave was what got I'm a Nutter that kill down in that mid lane. And, you know, able to dodge away from that knockup, not even burning her own flash there. So, just great plays there. Good movement, using the phase rush to its advantage there. And that's what you want to see there out of the Orianna. Flashy plays can come out of control mages, and that's definitely one you love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually watching that for a second. I was like, Orianna has Shockwave up. Really bad for Vel'Koz, and of course, Orianna thought so too went for the play, and because Vel'Koz doesn't have that flash up, a big reason why she's able to get that kill. So good of her to know her limits, and of course Vel'Koz's limits as well. So just all around, a lot of solid kills coming out from the solo laners in general, with the Vel'Koz teleporting in to get himself a double kill, Ornn getting a solo kill, Orianna getting a solo kill. It's just some pretty great League of Legends so far.
You love to see some fun League of Legends, some good, well-played League of Legends here. It's, it's a little bit of a fight fest. Not something you'd expect from some of these lanes. You don't really expect an Orianna to look for those kind of plays. Mostly just sit back, get strong, get items, play through that facet. But being able to find the opportunity on that flashless Vel'Koz is definitely something you want to see there. But so far, both bot lanes playing very well. The Ezreal does have a slight CS lead, but Tristana very good at taking plates, and without that, Trundle was able to get that lane under control and get things rolling for her. Just barely behind as well. But they're looking mid lane here. Ornn is here.
Yeah, Ornn is on the bot side of mid lane for some reason. Looks like they're setting up for the dragon, which isn't up for another 13 seconds, which has allowed Jace to push it. Doesn't exactly get the wave under. I'm not exactly sure how much CS he's denied at this point, but looks like we're gonna have a fight brewing for this dragon that has just spawned now, as Ezreal, not with his team. They're gonna drop the Rift Herald as well, get some plates, or get the dragon, and they have to answer the Rift Herald at least a little bit here. So I actually think AOE has a great setup right now. Ooh, some good poke. Yeah. As a shockwave could happen right here. They're actually going to try to go in onto Orianna. An Ornhorn is sounding, going to knock up the Orianna and the Thresh. But now Diana's going in, gets 3 with her ultimate, doing as much damage as she can, but it's not enough before she gets shut down. A double kill for the Vel'Koz, and it is disaster for AOE. The flash forward, the W forward from Tristana. Vel'Koz flashes forward as well. They're trying to get something done. Ezreal might be able to find the return kill onto him, but it's not meant to be, and he's going to get out with just a sliver of HP. Everybody on Return of the Middle Six so low, but AOE not going to find any of those kills. And of course, ROTM going to pick up that dragon as well.
Winged Nation just able to find a beautiful lineup to use that Lifeform Disintegration Ray and just shred the entirety of AOE. And, they're all squishies, so that just means they take even more damage because there's no gigantic health pool to shred through with that true damage. Vel'Koz's damage does come from that passive, and, you're just able to proc that over and over and over again on those squishies. And he just does so much damage right now, and he's 5-1, so, you just expect him to do even more as this game does go on and on.
Yeah, absolutely. And AOE, it's weird, right? Because part of their team wants to team fight. Diana and Orianna want to be able to find these really cool wombo combos. They want to team fight eventually, but they don't want to team fight right now. They don't want to go ahead and take those 5v5s at the moment because they don't really have a lot of money compared to the Vel'Koz and compared to the Tristana, who doesn't really need the money, and instead is just straight up powerful at the moment because of just what her base sets are like, what her satchel charge can do. And Ezreal, of course, just wants to scale up. He just wants to get as much money as possible before he starts fighting, and then once he has that money, things get pretty scary.
Very true. And you really do want this Ezreal to get online as well as this Orianna. But Canatin here, up CS, but still not having the greatest time up in this top side. Down a good chunk of gold to this Ornn as well. And as this game does go on and on, if the Jace is not ahead, if the Jace is not snowballed, he just doesn't do all that much. Maybe can provide a little bit of poke here and there, but, that's on a cooldown, and his champion's also on a timer. As base armor does grow, his champion becomes worse and worse. And wow, great chunk from Winged Nation, though. Onto the mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, Winged Nation is just so fed at this point. He is doing so much damage to this poor Orianna, who, of course, cannot match the range that the Vel'Koz can put out as well, which is a big reason for why she's not having a great time. Keeping up in CS as much as possible, but keeping up in CS doesn't mean too much when you're down 4 kills. So we'll see how the Orianna ends up doing going forward, but it's not looking great in terms of that specific matchup.
Very, very true. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Trundle gonna find Diana, but Diana's just going to take the Thresh Lantern out to safety. She'll be just fine, so gonna imagine that we're gonna see... Ooh, Trundle was looking for mid lane for just a second, but doesn't want to commit to that play. They see Trundle just kind of chilling in the river, a little confused.
Yep, and top lane, you know, Canton has sustained advantage, but he's also just getting poked out over and over and over again. This Ornn just doesn't care. He already has his mythic. He already has those boots as well, but they're looking. Maybe they
trying to find a play on the Thresh, but Thresh is gonna hook Tristana in, doing as much damage to her as possible. She has to flash out. A shutdown comes through for the Thresh, and the gank turns to disaster. Tristana getting a little too overzealous there with her W, causing her to be absolutely punished there by the Thresh. A great play from K-God to find that kill.
And, you know, Tristana had the heal, but I don't think that saves her. I think that heat up from the tower might have been enough to kill her, or maybe the last tick of Ignite as well could have been enough. So, saving that sum for next time. Maybe it'll pay off, we'll see. But great play coming in from K-God, finding a beautiful flay and hook, and just making sure that Tristana can't do anything. As she dives that tower, they used everything to try and keep her alive. They used Lulu shields, Hugify, everything they could, but Matsu gonna be spotted out here on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, absolutely. That Rift Herald, isn't actually going to be finished off. They saw Ornn and Trundle coming, so they're going to go ahead and respect that, as Ornn is now in the mid lane, and Orianna respects that as well, runs away. And looks like another fight here is brewing for this dragon. You gotta imagine AOE does not want to fight this. If you're looking at it from a perspective of should we do this, no. But when you're in the game and you see, crap, they already have 2 dragons, they could be on soul point right after this one. It makes you want to fight for it really, really bad. Orianna's in some trouble. Jace as well. Both of them have to flash out. Jace's gonna get knocked up, and they're not gonna follow up on that ultimate though. As with Orianna so low and Jace flashless, you think maybe just give up the dragon, especially when they have this much control over the river. As Diana, Thresh, okay, everybody's here. They're trying to go in. Lulu's very low as Ornn gets a 4-man knock-up. What a play from him, as Tristana has to get out of there very low. Ornn doesn't care though. He's going forward, doing as much as he can. Diana's low as well. Ezreal has already fallen. The flash forward, the pillar, the combo, there it is, a shutdown for Trundle onto Orianna. A great play from the top jungle duo. Honestly, Ornn finding some clutch knockups in that past fight was ridiculous.
The terrain control coming in from ROTM is just so insane. If they place that little Ornn pillar down, if they place the Trundle pillar down, and if they're nearby walls at all, this Ornn can knock up as many people as he wants. And they just, you know, position slightly around that little knob in there from the Ornn. And that was just their death sentence right there. And, you know, Ornn has been playing these team fights very, very well. Even without the ultimate, you know, using that to force flashes as well. And then just being a presence, being that front line, and able to control this terrain very, very well. That's very important here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wasn't expecting Ornn to be able to get these 4-man knockups. Like, that's something you think of, like, Alistar, when you think of a play like that. But he's still able to find it. Was ridiculously good. I'm excited to see more from the Ornn. That being said, if I'm AOE and I see something like that happening, I might think about banning that champion. I don't quite remember what their bans were from this last series. But I feel like Ornn could replace at least one of them, assuming you take blue side and aren't afraid of picking up an OP yourself. That being said, still, the game is not over, which means we definitely get to see at least a little bit more Ornn. Gonna want to keep your eyes on him, because he is going crazy right now.
Yeah, this Ornn also has the most KP in the game, 8 out of 10, 80% there. No one else is... I mean, the Orianna's doing, the Vel'Koz is doing pretty well, 6-1, but this Ornn has been there when needed, been at these dragon fights. And what more can you want from your tank, you know, giving up CS? But he's there for the fight, and he's there to provide all the CC in the world, and that's more than you can say about the Jace pickup. And he just doesn't care about this Orianna damage at all.
No, not really. Oriana, once she turned her sights to clearing the wave, of course, Oriana's like, the tower, that might scare me a little bit. Your Q, your W, your E, your damage means nothing to me.
I do not care about your damage, puny clockwork doll. I don't care. I am the demigod of the Forge, and he was able to take that tower very easily. The Demolish Rock doing a lot. And
They're actually
you're
going
looking.
in on Oriana, doing what they can. Great footsteps from the Oriana to dodge as much as she can. The Shockwave is going to keep her alive, even with a great pillar from the Trundle. Did not have to flash, did not have flash available, so that's probably a good thing that she didn't need to. As Ezreal doing what he can to hold on to this mid lane tower. A lot of damage actually comes through on Lulu. The ult's going to come through. Will it kill the Lulu? It will not quite connect. Very close to doing so, though.
Wow. I mean, we're seeing the little micro mechanics coming in from the players on the side of AoE now. Fancy feet on the mid laner, on Nutter, and Esmond, almost one-shot in that Lulu, but also Lulu just overstepping a little bit. You're not a Leona, you're not a Nautilus, you cannot do that. You also should not be face-checking brushes as a Lulu, but... considering how far behind AoE are, it's not the worst thing. Actually, they're not even that far behind at all. It's only a 1k gold deficit, but it's these dragons that really matter.
Yeah, it's going to be that Infernal Soul that's going to be up for grabs in just a few seconds. Of course, that being said, Ezreal has Divine Sunder and Muramana finished, which is pretty scary if you're on the side of Rotom, and Oriana having that Seraph's Embrace done as well. Decent little power spike for her. It's Diana that I'm a little worried about. Doesn't have any crazy abilities to use. Oh god! Thresh, what are you doing? Diana's going in. They're committing to the fight. Lulu's still going to go down in the midst of all of that, as somehow that turns into a good thing. But now Orin is here to try to get something back and knock off onto the Oriana, doing what they can to the damage dealers. Now Ezreal, Diana have to run away. Thresh is not so long for this world. There he goes. As now Diana looking to go back in, will not be able to do so. Gets chomped up by the Trundle. Double kill for him. As now Jace and Ezreal gotta go. That started really bad. Got somehow decent with a return kill. But then, of course, after you're in, are you really gonna get out against this 7-1-2 Vel'Koz? This 1-1 and not quite yet 10 Ornn, who at the time was probably like 1-0-3 Trundle. Yeah, you're probably gonna have a bad time against that team after that. So might have wanted to save the flashes, the ultimates, the thresh hooks, the thresh flight. As soon as you miss the thresh hook, just stop. It's over. It doesn't need to continue anymore.
The flash flay was it was a blind flash flay, points for boldness, but for practicality, can't really give it to you there. And I think blowing everything there on someone you didn't even know was there might not have been the greatest of choices. Maybe you caught a couple of them on sweeper, but you should never really commit your flash into darkness.
No.
Maybe in solo queue was fine, but not here.
Like, honestly, that is tilt. Like, if you want a prime example of what tilt looks like, it's that. That's not even necessarily... That's not at all, like, flame. That is literally what happens when your mindset is you want to try to make a play. Tilt is you do something you would normally never do because you're either, like, stressed out or you're just having a bad game. Things aren't going your way, so you make a really bad decision, and that's really what that was.
Ooh.
But a great hook and a great flame might turn into a kill on the Lulu. She's doing what she can to get out of here, but she is not able to. Goes down, and that's a pick that you can find that isn't a bad one at all, and you didn't have to commit any ridiculous resources to get it. And the split pushing Oriana is doing some work. I don't know how that's allowed, but they're trying to deal with it now.
But each soul is worth about 800 gold. Per player. So the gold lead, even though it is only like 1.3k on the leaderboard, it's definitely not that. In reality, this soul is going to do so much work here. But, it's good on AoE to actually have kept this gold lead somewhat under control. But, for now, they're still on the timer because Ornn is going to get stronger and stronger. Who's going to kill him? Your Oriana has Ludens. She's not going to be able to kill this Ornn. Ezreal needs some way to deal with him, and the Jace is just tickling him at this point. And Trundle also just going to be able to take, or just make every AD, or every champion of this game useless by just shredding their health, taking away their resistances, making them more susceptible to Tristana Burst or Vel'Koz Burst over and over again. But look at this Baron start. They can make something happen here, and there's no member of AoE around.
Yeah, Vel'Koz is teleporting in. He will be here for this. As Diana and Thresh are making their way over, they see what's going on. Diana could go for the steal. It is possible. She goes in, she steals it! What a play from Diana! I can't believe that happened.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know what happened there. Did they keep hitting? Why did they keep hitting? They should have just stopped.
They smited. I'm pretty sure Trundle smited early, because I saw Smite come down and it was like 200 HP and then it was gone. I thought Diana miss-smited and I thought it was going to be fine for a second. But Lulu Pop and Shrelia's not going to do a whole lot. Field goal from the Ezreal. 3 points for him. As I want to kind of talk about that Baron play and how we can talk about how that never happens again and what teams should do in order to not allow that to happen. So generally, when you're on Baron, if you're ever going to do something like this, you should always call out when to finish. So, or like talk about it beforehand. So you go, okay, at 1500, or like save your abilities for like 1500, use all your damage right now, and then you combine that with your team's smite, so that the other team doesn't know when they have to go for the 50-50. If your team knows that, hey, we're all hitting it at 1500, you all hit it, the smite comes down, boom. It's like the same idea as using a Cho'Gath ult, only it's a little bit harder to pull off and coordinate. And if you don't do that, then the smite all of a sudden is actually still a 50-50. If you do that, if you do the whole like coordinate your damage, it's never going to actually be a 50-50. At best for the enemy team, it's like a 75-25, and realistically, it should just be your objective at that point.
And yeah, that's basically what happens. They just didn't coordinate the burst like you said. And because of that, that's a big influx of gold. Look at it's dead even, apart from Soul. Apart from Soul, it is dead even. AoE are not out of this game just yet.
Which is really weird. It feels like they really should be out of this game, but if you take a look at Ezreal's CS, he is CSing like a madman, as opposed to Tristana, who hasn't really been CSing nearly as well as he has. He's about 50 CS down, as the flash, a great pillar from Trundle, honestly, to get that flash out of Orianna. Really like that play. But something else, in terms of gold, while everyone's CSing very well, there's something else that we gotta take into account, which is those Ornn items. So it's the Infernal Soul, the Ornn items. Realistically, they're probably about like 1k gold up even still, even with the gold slowly but surely swinging in favor of AoE. I'd still say that the Ornn items and that Infernal Soul are keeping ROTM ahead for now. But things could get dicey around this Elder.
Yeah, Ornn coming out.
Yeah, Ornn wants to go in. He gets a knockup onto the Thresh. Teleport coming through from Jace. Tristana flashing forward. Takes a massive chunk of damage from the Ezreal. Ezreal's ult is going to miss. And Ornn taking as many of those skill shots as he can to make sure his Tristana stays safe. And all of a sudden, this Elder might not look so doable. The Shockwave is available from Orianna. Diana does not have her ultimate available, however. So they're starting up the Elder. They still want to commit to this. Trundle could still secure this. It could get dicey though, as Thresh is going to whiff his hook. Things not so good for him. He is dead. As a great Q though from the Jace, doing as much damage as he can with that poke. The Shockwave is going to come through, only hits Ornn though, and that's not what you want. You need to hit a squishy with that one as they finish off the Elder. Jace goes in. He is erased from Summoner's Rift as Ezreal and Orianna have to run for the hills, but the hills are so far away as she gets slowed down. Trundle is going to start running after him. Somehow with the Elder buff, Vel'Koz is going to take down that Orianna and Ezreal against the world for about 20 seconds realistically. Thresh can help him out too, but it's not going to mean a whole lot. Definitely going to want to also have Diana up at the very least. is they're gonna get this tower, and Rotom pretty strong right now.
Little strong is a bit of an understatement here. This Elder buff just propels them so much further and further ahead, especially combined with an Infernal Soul. You can die from an Infernal proc if you're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, the key is to wait out the Elder buff, but that's going to be very tough as well. The good news is Baron's up in a minute, which I think is still... I think Elder will still be available for them. I think it'll still be up. I'm not entirely sure about that one, though. Maybe not. Maybe not in a minute. So, if that's true, if it's not going to be up in a minute, then the Baron buff the Baron fight will be a little bit easier for AoE to play around. If they do have that Elder buff available to them, though, Rotom should just get that objective for free. We'll see how that goes, but I imagine we will in fact see a team fight. No more than a minute after that objective spawns. I feel like they're actually pathing towards it right now on the side of Rotom, with Ornn, of course, in the bot lane with teleport up.
And Anathema's chains now completed on the Ornn, going towards that Ezreal. So, he's hurting a little bit. Uh-oh, Canatin, no!
Oh, he's going for the play. He gets a solo bolo in the bot lane, and all of a sudden, Baron is just essentially... It just belongs to Rotom at this point. I don't think there's anything that AoE can really do to stop that, except for maybe steal it again. That's not happening. They're not even going to attempt it. They know they have to defend. So, yep, they pick up their free Baron buff. The Elder is despawning, or their Elder buff should be going away soon, if it's not already gone. So, bad vibes for AoE right now.
Yeah, yeah, that's the power of the Ornn. Even now, this late in the game, his one-shot combo still viable against the Squishy. And who's very squishy? Jace. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, gotta be wary of that at all times. Every single member, maybe apart from the Ezreal, really is susceptible to the one-shot combo of the Ornn.
Especially with Elder. He didn't.
I don't think he needed Elder, if I'm being honest.
but it did quicken the process, I will say.
Yes.
As wants to go, and Diana on the flank though is just absolutely murdered though before she can do anything. And Orianna's gonna be up next. She was gonna shockwave nothing, and it is just disaster here in the last minute for AoE. This last team fight, not so much of a team fight as it is a slaughter. They're on to the Nexus Towers now. They are not so long for this world. The next one going to go down as well. Ezreal doing what he can to survive, doing what he can to fight back. But if he does, he will just die, as the Nexus is finished off by Rotom. They take game 1 in the finals.
And game 1 going over to Rotom just like that. They didn't have the greatest start in the world, but they were able to bring it back, pull forward, and make things go boom very, very quickly. Solo kills coming in from all the solo laners, really. Nutter found one, Wing Nation found a couple, Vibon, solo killing the Jace twice in that game, or actually going 4-1-11 there. That's pretty crazy, honestly.
So, it's a weird thing to me, right? Because I honestly think that Winged Nation was really strong in this game, but I'm a Nutter wasn't really a weak point for me. I think I'm a Nutter did the best that they could in the situation, with Winged Nation, of course, leaving the lane, getting 2 kills. The criticism I will give to that is I think as soon as Vel'Koz teleports, you need to teleport as well. You need to be keeping an eye. If your team is communicating a dive, you need to be watching that dive, because for a fact that Vel'Koz is as well. If you TP to that fight, things can go a little bit better. But if you're even like a second or two slower, then things are going to go wrong. But that being said, that's the only big mistake I think Orianna made that I'm going to heavily criticize them for. The rest is up to Tilt at that point. Like the missed shockwaves, especially at the end of the game, it doesn't matter too much at that point because I think the game's already over. But what I will look from AoE is that Jason, or their top lane and their jungler, do need to clean it up a good bit. Jace losing that pressure in the top lane is not 100% his fault,
it
but
was the dive call. The dive call was
yeah.
whoever called that dive. set the snowball in motion, in my opinion.
Exactly. And then things just, he's not able to do anything. But even after that, dying 6 times you can't let that happen anymore. You just have to try to clear your head from that game, pretend like that never happened, and go into this next one fresh, and try not to outplay the other top laner, the other solo laner. You just got to try to play your game correctly. And then it should naturally happen. You should just see a kind of natural improvement in that change of mindset. Of course, if the other top laner is just straight up better than you, then things are gonna get a little messy in that micro game. But when you're playing against an Ornn, there's not too much room for, at least I would say there's not a whole lot of room for Ornn to just out micro you, except that he did it like twice where he got those combos off.
The Ornn combo.
Which was I mean, like I said, I think you should just take away that champion though, and then
or pick Mordekaiser.
Very true. Mordekaiser would be a fun one. Mordekaiser also not the hardest champion in the world.
Mordekaiser is just great into Ornn and relatively okay into Trundle as well. If Trundle ever tries to gank you, you ult the Ornn, take his resistances, even if Subjugate is already used on you, you just get the Ornn's resistances and just win it. It's also, Mordekaiser just scales very well as well, gives you access to 80 junglers, 80 mids, it gives you a lot of options as well, and it's very good into these tanks. You know, Jace can be good into these tanks, you just have to play the lane right, and unfortunately the dive call is what sets the snowball in motion.
Yeah. So
all right.
The voting for the MVP. Oh, we're not doing MVP of the game, so it's only going to be for the series. We're not doing any individual ones. I thought we were going to do both. Either way, so definitely keep this game in mind, though. If ROTM end up winning, or of course keep this game in mind if AOE end up winning, I would definitely point to Ezreal, who had a pretty solid game. He went only 2-2-1. His personal performance in bot lane was still pretty solid. I think K-God did a decent job as well of keeping him alive. So there's also that. So, and of course, Ezreal CSing was phenomenal. Had just about 60 CS up on the Tristana, which is pretty solid in and of itself, almost being able to equalize the amount of money between himself and the Tristana. So looking forward to see more from Esmond in this next game, hoping to see that he's able to get on Ezreal again and redeem himself. But before we see what each team has in store for us next game, we are going to go ahead and send it over to a quick break. We will be right back.
Take back this hell that we have made. Soldiers insanity? Or are we too lost in our vanity? Falling like a hurricane, we're breaking out of this cage, 'cause everything we fought for is dead and gone. No, we're mad as hell without a doubt. Now you're screaming but there's no way out. Now we are finally heading out. I will draw first blood. Parasitic, so sadistic, dying for your curtain call. Manipulative energy, so think about how you fooled us all. You see right through the masquerade. Your secrets now you must avow. The weak are left. It's your turn to be the victim now. Falling like a hurricane, we're breaking out of this cage, 'cause everything we fought for is dead and gone. We're mad as hell without a doubt. Now you're screaming but there's no way out. Now we are finally heading out. I will draw first blood. I will draw first blood. It's your turn to be the victim now. I ask myself every day, why God took you away. There's no justice, there's no reason why. There's so much to say, yeah. When I look up to the stars, it is you I think of. So many times I've been broken down, thinking to myself, is this how it all? And I close my eyes and think of you. So my everything of my dying soul. Every time I close my eyes, you come back to me. Every time I think of us, it feels so unreal.
Hello and welcome back to the analyst desk. I am here with Mr. Gurf himself to talk about Game 1. That was a crazy of a game. I was expecting AOE to, win the game because since they were making so many plays, and then ROTM just turned around and said, no, we got this.
That was definitely something. I'm trying to get my camera to pop up there on stream for you, but oh my god, that was a bit of an explosive match. I mean, we saw a little bit of back and forth as most games tend to go, but I can't believe that we have forgotten about the power of the tank, assassin, bruiser, mage, whatever you want to call them. The Big Daddy Ornn up in the top lane that game was quite something when it came to those team fights. And it's really interesting too, because last year around this time too, Ornn was a 100% pick ban in a lot of our leagues. So it's really interesting seeing that, making its way through, but having such a big impact. And to top it all off too, Wing Nation on the Valkaz, just that having that combination of having your big beefy line and someone who can poke from behind and do a bunch of burst damage. To top it off, Valkaz having that true damage once he gets his stacks off, makes it that much more scary. So that was honestly a very explosive one to watch. I'm curious what's going to happen here in Game 2, because recently in these newer patches, as I was just talking with our casters, there is a bit of an answer to the Ornn. So it's not like there isn't anything to be done about it. In that last game, I don't think there was the options there to deal with the Ornn once he got to late game, once the ornaments came in. But I think we might see a little bit more focus around those S-tier champions you and I were talking about at the beginning of the night.
Now, What did you think about the Lulu pick though? Because I know at first the casters were just like, I don't think about the Lulu, but I think Lulu popped off that game, did pretty well, keeping them alive as long as enough, for Orange to just do so much damage and peel for the rest of the team.
I think in team fighting scenarios, Lulu can play a huge role on 11.14. With that little bit of a Moonstone buff, she has been fantastic. I don't remember if she did actually build the Moonstone that game,
No,
but either way,
she built the speed
Shirelles.
item. Yep.
That's still also very viable as well too. Your shields are still going to be doing a great amount to mitigate that damage coming in. You know, in those lanes where you have those more aggressive hook champions like the Thresh from K-God, that's where we saw the first blood coming through. It's very easy for the Thresh to hit level 2, walk up to any enchanter support and pick her off. But again, it got to that point where you have the front line, you have your back line. Lulu's going to be sitting on the back, making sure to toss out shields and polymorphing anybody who comes in. So that, honestly, the Lulu answered to what looked like a heavy dive comp from AOE, especially that Diana. That's where the Lulu can really come into play. But we did see some good stuff from AOE. The Baron Steel came down. I actually rewound that clip and found it was smited down by AOE's jungler around 1276. A chomp was taken out of it around the 370 mark, bringing it down to 40 health. And based on what we could see, I believe it was the Diana W that ended up taking it at the very end on that first Baron. So AOE still got signs of life, but it got to a point there where ROTM had their builds coming in. They had their team composition exactly where they needed to, and were absolutely able to run over the latter half of that one.
Yeah, I do agree, and it looks like both teams are actually ready for game number 2. I'm curious to see what AOE has in store for us, and what ROTM also has in store, and also I want to see what bans are going to be for both teams.
Absolutely. Let's check it out. We'll send it off to Salt Spreader and Shogun to bring you all that lovely action.
Alrighty, so we're getting into draft for game number 2.
Here right now.
AOE. As we see Hecarim getting banned away, I believe, once again. Yeah, okay. Same bans for Rotom so far. Same bans from AOE so far. Should see the Viego going too then.
Aurelia,
Disappointed that we don't see the Ornn going on one hand, but on the other hand, excited to see that maybe they pick Tristana again. They might not learn. They might do the same exact thing they did last game. They might go for Tristana
right?
again.
That's not allowed. That cannot be legal.
That's confirmation bias. That like
That's
I'd be okay with it. If AOE does the same thing they just did, they go, okay, well that's different.
That's
I
still
like that
fine.
more.
That's still fine.
That's
still
better.
really good.
I was not a fan of the Diana play specifically, and they're okay. So they're doing a salty run back. They're just picking Trundle. Probably gonna pick
Yep.
Lulu again.
Don't pick Lulu. It didn't do anything. Please don't pick Lulu.
Like no, surely they pick Lulu here because they're okay.
Salty
if they pick
run back.
Nautilus or Leona, it's so much better. Like I'd be genuinely afraid for AOE that this is gonna go 2-0 real quick if they actually
Yeah.
play an engaged support. If they pick Lulu, I'm just disappointed.
Don't pick Lulu. Don't pick Lulu. Please do not pick Lulu. Lulu is great, just not with Tristana. Pick her with.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah! Let's go. Okay.
That's what
one
we
of my
wanna see,
favorite
baby.
champs there
Okay.
picked up. One of my favorite champs. Played it twice last night. The champion's really balanced, by the way. Seriously. Is able to 1v1 80 carries at.
Ooh.
Oh, I cannot see the
Ooh.
pick.
It's
My-
Rel.
It's Rel.
Yeah, that is okay.
Ooh.
I love
okay,
the idea.
Oh my god, my pentacue's not working.
Yeah, love Pentakey. It's a
Yeah.
good program.
It's great. I love to see what champs they're picking. It's really fun. Seriously, but Rel, great pickup here. Synergizes very well. The Leona Rel matchup, you have to be careful as the Rel because your cooldowns are a lot longer than the Leonas. You're innately more tanky, but if you do mess up, you're just so easy to jump on.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you there. But Rel, a great answer for these tanky supports, in my opinion, these engaged supports.
Other than Alistar and Thresh.
Mhm.
Pretty
Yeah.
strong into all of them. Or pretty strong into anything that isn't those two.
I think okay. I was about to say we might end up seeing. Oh wait, no, never mind. No, okay. We should see Ornn getting picked up here. I imagine they still want that champion.
Mm-hmm.
The issue I would have would be a lack of more damage, which wouldn't
If
be.
they pick
I
a
mean,
deep damage mid laner, I think it is okay.
then
it is
it's
a double
fine.
damage threat, and you also do have that added ability to shred any of the champions who's actually hurting you by having that trundle.
very true. We could see a team come to. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't pick Ornn. I take it back.
Don't
I think
pick Ornn. Do not.
I think
no,
picking
no, no.
Ornn is super troll. So I love that from AOE. I love that from their drafting. That they, instead of banning away the Ornn, they pick up something
That
that
you can't pick Ornn
counters it.
into.
Exactly. And also, I imagine, I don't know if you can flex that champion necessarily. I don't think it's a great idea to put
It's
it in the
doable.
mid lane.
It's
It is.
doable.
It's okay. You obviously want it into a tankier top lane, but then on the other hand, what Rotom can do now is they can pick someone for the top lane.
Pick set.
That'd be a good one. That is a
Swain?
Swain.
That's Swain mid, right? It's gotta be.
You'd think so. I think if it's a Swain top, I'm pretty sure Gwen has a field day.
Not. She struggles into range in the early
Okay.
levels. She
makes
will
sense.
get bullied out because her W doesn't really do anything until she can actually get on top of you with the level 6. Until
Okay.
then, she really does struggle. Oh wow, nope, they're running back the Ornn.
Why would you do that? Okay, so you gotta be pretty confident that
He wins
you can
early.
somehow.
He wins early lane. He wins
Yeah.
early lane. Other than level 1.
So you gotta be confident that you can do exactly what you need to, exactly what you did last game. Just full combo. It is a lot harder to full combo Gwen.
Who has
I
a
will
dash?
Yeah, who has a dash.
And
Who has
immunity.
I don't want to take any damage. Actually, no. Ornn minus his ult can affect Gwen with everything he has anyway, because he should be able to just go in with it inside the circle. So it's not too bad in terms of the immunity part. It's the dash that I'd be. Okay. I was about to say I don't like the cast necessarily, but I do like it into someone like the Leona, like the Tristana.
Mhm.
Realistically, I didn't realize. Also works pretty well for Ornn too. So, an interesting
R2.
pickup. Yeah, true. It's an interesting time.
It is very. It's going to be very important for this Cassiopeia to play very well. Mainly because it's on her to deny Leona, Tristana, and Ornn their step ups.
Yeah, absolutely. The Gwen is also obviously going to be very scary. Canopton will try to redeem himself. Did not have a great showing on the Jace. Hoping he has a great showing on Gwen, and I will say, if he doesn't perform on Gwen, I'd be just very worried for how, for just the top side of AOE in general. And if Rotom is able to play that top side strength, that they're able to shut down a Gwen, I could see them running that back in the third game as well, and just playing top side again, snowballing it through there, and winning a 3-game sweep. But getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Only in game number 2. Haven't
Early
started
game
it
2.
yet,
Early game 2.
yeah, exactly.
We'll see though. Canopton, did perform very well on that Tuesday, so I'm expecting him to play a little bit better here. I really want him to step up. We've seen him do it, so I don't have my doubts. I just think that Jace was a little shaky in game 1, but we'll see if they're able to run it back here. Well, then again, Gwen is just completely and unbelievably, utterly broken. So
Yeah, I mean, there's that. That is very true. All right, so I got a problem. AOE, your icon says area of effect esports. What's going on?
yeah, what's
Your
going
name
on
is,
there?
Your name is in AOE esports. Why does your icon say it, huh?
Yeah,
Is this an outdated
your
icon
fault.
or something?
It's your
Yeah, so not my fault that I've been messing up the name.
nope.
But anyway, we it is going to be an interesting time seeing how Cassiopeia stacks up against the Swain in the mid lane. I imagine she wins that early just because of how much damage she can do. I would say a lot of champions just beat Swain as long as they're also a ranged mage. early on before they would hit 6,
Very true.
because that's a lot of where Swain's power comes from. So
I think both Swain and Cassiopeia fall into the same category of mage. Is if they hit that skill shot, they will do 1,000,000 damage. But if they miss that one skill shot, they do absolutely nothing.
very true, very true. As you just hit that Q on Cassiopeia, and she's just gonna start eating
Brr, brr,
crap
brr,
out of you.
brr.
So,
Machine gun mage like Rise. That's what you'd
Absolutely.
call Cassiopeia. But Swain has to hit that root. If he doesn't, he's not able to get that full combo off. And until he is level 9, he really does struggle to match champions like that Cassiopeia. He wants very short trades. He wins those very handily, but it's a matter of landing the pull, because that's where you get a lot of your sustain from in the early game. That's where you get a bunch of extra HP, and it's going to be important to land these pulls. Very, very important here. But in the bot lane, once again, the Tristana Leona, I like this lane a lot better than last time. Tristana Lulu just did absolutely nothing. The Tristana did stuff, the Lulu was giga useless. No matter how you put it, the Lulu just did nothing in that game.
yeah, that even though they did really well as a team, the Lulu, as you're saying, useless.
Pressed E and did nothing else. Lulu is great as a champion, but just not with the comp they had, right? It's okay as long as you have an ADC who likes to be peeled, who doesn't want to go in. Lulu just has no way to follow up, and it's just a really anti-synergistic lane. But both these lanes here are pretty good. I would rather have the Leona on the side of the Ezreal if I was Esmond, just because the Leona-Ezreal combo is just really, really strong. A lot of burst damage because of the Leona passive that people don't really know about, or don't really respect. Every time she applies a spell, Ezreal can just auto-attack her Q, and that's just an extra 100 damage. Or something along those lines. And with the Rel, you don't really have that burst damage as much, and Rel is going to be very cooldown reliant, very long cooldown, so you have to worry about. There's a big window where you're very susceptible to getting re-engaged on because of how low the Leona cooldowns are.
Yeah, those cooldowns on Leona, very, very short. I believe her Q is on like a 5-second cooldown at level 1. It's
and you don't max it because cooldown doesn't go down anyways. It's just damage.
Exactly.
It goes up. So you just go W for the tankiness and E for the cooldown.
and W on Leona used to scare me, not only for the amount of damage you can reduce, but the amount of damage you can put out. It was ridiculous before. She was broken. There was a time, I think it was like, I can't remember anymore. I want to say it was maybe like mid-season 9. Sounds right to me.
I
where it
think
was
that's
like,
about right. Like mid-season 9.
Yeah.
When she got buffed a little bit.
It was like Leona. Yeah, it was Leona Nautilus were the only 2 champions
That you could ever play.
in the bot lane. It was like you would either trade them or you would ban both of them and pick something else. Like it was. Those champions were very disgusting because of also Nautilus's huge shield at the time. I remember playing in a tournament where my our mid laner decided to play
Do and beat it up.
Mid. Oh yeah, that was a fun one. It was a good time.
They did nerf the scaling on that. That's why it's not as viable anymore. It's still viable as a tank, but it just doesn't really match up because it is a little bit more squishy than it used to be in the mid lane. Does require those points in the W. You can't max that E to have that tankiness. And you need the Riptide for that wave clear if you want to ever play that. But Swain here is the pick, and Swain here does a lot of damage. As a support player, I absolutely despise playing against Swain support. It is one of the most annoying things to play against. But in the mid lane, he actually has to focus on CSing. He can't just focus on poking you out. But, with that, we should be heading over to a quick break. Predictions are open in case you guys do want to use some of your legend tokens here. We'll be right back. You don't want to miss it.
game number 2 of the finals of the LRS between Return of the Middle Sticks and AOE Obsidian. It's going to be ROTM on the blue side and AOE on the red side once again. I don't think we're going to see that diverge. For some reason, in these series, everybody likes to stay on the same side. I remember last week, AOE was on red side every single game, so they clearly enjoy red side. They clearly favor this side of the map. Probably for that counter pick, they find a lot of value there. Whereas, gotta imagine Return of the Middle Six likes getting Tristana every game. I'm sure their ADC is not complaining about that one, especially now that she has a Leona this time.
And I really don't like this red buff start from Matsu here. I really want the Gwen to be able to get that level 1 cheese off, starting the skip and slash. You're just able to win every level 1 in the game for some reason as a late scaling champion.
I think what Xin Zhao is thinking here is that Tristana and Leona are going to just kind of auto push the lane, and
Very
that
true.
bot lane's going to be a bit easier to gank. Of course, after seeing what happened when he ganked top last time, it's gonna be a little bit harder. Yeah,
I'm gonna just say that.
Yeah, it was not great. As Swain hitting his first skill shot of the game.
You love
The
to
first-
see it.
Yeah, the first E he threw out, as far as I know, and as far as anybody else knows, that was the first one. That was
And we do see lane advantage coming in for the side of the Boar and Hulk duo there from ROTM. As expected, they are going to be auto-shoving waves. That's just how Tristana do. Just how it is. Can't really do much about that. But, you know, Leona definitely wants this level 2 as early as possible, because this rel is very punishable.
okay. So
Ooh.
I'm kind of... Oh, wait. Gwen's actually level 2 first and forces Ornn to have to back off at least a little bit there off the wave, as now Ezreal and Rel are going to hit level 2, and everything's going fine for both sides of that. Oh, wow. Ornn is not allowed to play League of Legends in the top lane, I guess.
That's
As,
Gwen.
there you go. And that is level 1 Gwen, of course, is now. She's going in for a little bit more damage. Gets
That
clapped
was
back,
remotely
though.
close. Seriously. That was a very close trade. And if Gwen is able to get that level 2 first, it's super hard to trade against her, but first skill shot is going to be missed from Wing Nation there.
Yeah, there it is. It's now Trundle looking for a play onto the mid lane. Could be interesting. Could be spicy. The pillar's going to come out, force Cassiopeia to start going up. Gets rooted up. Gets pulled back in. Has to flash away. Is so low. One more auto. The Q. The first blood for Trundle. As now they're going in onto the bot lane. They're going to stun up Leona. Leona has to flash on out of there. Xin Zhao not able to get down there. They still are managed to get that summoner spell out though. Just pretty solid, as now Cassiopeia going to teleport on back. And this could be a fight over the Scuttle Crab, the oh-so-coveted one, as now Trundle in a bad spot, going to be taken down by the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's going to be going down onto the Swain. Swain's going to be taken out by the Ezreal. As AoE, it's a reverse of what happened last game. They are up 2-1 now. As AoE looking pretty good.
So they knew they had no bot prio. They only had mid prio. And yet it was still ROTM who actually stepped up and tried to walk for the Scuttle Crab, and because of the rotation from K-God and Esmond, they were just able to hard win it with just pure numbers advantage. Nothing more to say about that. You gotta respect numbers, but what's happening here on the bot side?
Yeah, Leona wants to go in onto the Rel, doing what they can as they exhaust the Tristana, who's not allowed to do anything after that, as we see Xin Zhao actually has the Scuttle taken away from him by the Trundle, which
Uh-oh.
Gwen actually wants to go in onto Ornn here, doing what you can. Leona going in onto Ezreal. Ezreal just ease away, though. They stun up Leona. Leona getting very low. Tristana trying to find the kill, is not able to do so, though. So Leona's going to live, finally able to pop her W. Will not be taking much more damage after that, have to imagine.
Ooh, and we see the Trundle, they're going to be spotted out by that ward, though. Sorry for the frame issues, everyone. We'll try and get that fixed as soon as possible. However, right now, the Gwen having a fun time up here in this top side. You know, Gwen is a really, really fun champion to play against, guys. Not really much you can do about that one. Maybe we can try and do something to fix these frames in a bit, but for now, we'll just have to make do with how things are. Okay.
As they've smoothed out now, so we're back in form. As they're fluctuating. It's a bad time. As now Leona wants to go in as Ezreal gonna be taken a little low here. The explosive charge gonna pop in just a second. Xin Zhao is here as well though. W gonna come out, hits it onto Leona, and being flashless, stuns. Tries to go back in though onto Ezreal. Ends up being taken out by the Rel. Probably the best option she could have gone for. Instead of dying to Xin Zhao, try to die to Rel. Don't know if that was exactly your plan. I was probably trying to take down Ezreal. Either way, though, Cassiopeia's in a bad spot here, taking a ton of damage from this combo, doing what you can, but Trundle able to give the kill over to Swain. Swain almost dies for that, though. A little risky for him to try to give that over, as now Cassiopeia having a terrible time in the mid lane, trying to deal with this Trundle who has set up a tent in her lane, essentially.
If you have that little tent emote, that's what you would display there.
Absolutely.
Okay. But honestly, it's fine for Rel to take the kill there because Leona actually could have killed Ezreal there. If she has her Q up, the Ezreal will die to the base damage from EQ.
Yeah, so could have been a pretty smart play as Ornn is actually looking for the combo. You can't lead with that. Like that's
you can never lead with R against the Gwen. You have to lead with QE, W auto then R. To actually be able to land it against the Gwen specifically.
Yeah, exactly.
For every other champion, the Ornn combo works. Gwen is different because that champion's fair and balanced.
It's essentially that's the gist of it, right? Is that champion kind of counters everything that people want to do from a range ever. Damage countered, CC countered. Unless you're going to be in that bubble with her, then it's fine. But if you're not, you're countered. Sorry, and that's just the rules. I don't really make them.
Yeah. Oh, the tent.
A nice route onto Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia doing what you can, trying to get some damage down. Back onto Swain. Swain gonna use his ultimate though to get some damage as well. The ult from Cassiopeia. More damage gonna come through. Xin Zhao is here as well. Cassiopeia solo will be taken out by the Trundle. Trundle doing his best to duel the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao will not win this one. Gets slapped with the cudgel and goes down. A double kill for the Trundle. And now we're seeing why they put so much priority on the champion. He is absolutely clean with it.
See, if this was Lil Slug or Trundle, 3 strikes, you're out. Boom, the bat goes down onto Matsy, and he didn't have the 6. The Trundle used that subjugate on the Xin Zhao, and, you're just losing so much AD, so much health and resistances. The Trundle just wins every duel. He is a very, very strong duelist, especially if you melee, but look at this mid lane, or bot lane, sorry.
Yeah, the Hex Flash stun is going to miss onto Leona, though, so Leona is allowed to walk out scot-free. And, of course, Tristana allowed to W on out of there means that everything is A-okay. Could have been a pretty solid play, and now they got to respect the Hex Flash a little bit more. She does have the stun available. They can... I forget if it hides that, but anyway, they're going in onto Ezreal, doing what they can. Leona's going to get stunned up, going to be knocked up, doing so much damage, or trying to do so much damage to Rel. Not going to be able to do enough, though. Tristana using her explosive charge to get that damage down. As Xin Zhao looking for the steal onto this Rift Herald, gets it! Matsy is absolutely clean with these smites so far, is in the middle of 3 though, gonna go down as a result of getting a little with that play. Did manage to pick up the eye though, so everything is A-okay for the side of AOE. And I'm pretty sure that's a worthwhile trade. As the kill also, I think it went on to Ornn.
Oh no,
Gwen is actually looking for a play onto Ornn as well. Hit all of her ults on him. He has to flash away. And he's I think the flash is pretty worth for Gwen. So Gwen's going to be just fine taking that trade for her ultimate. They could actually look to make a play onto Gwen. Gwen should know, though, that if Ornn is going to stay, he's just trying to push in the wave, do not engage, because they could... they're actually going to straight up look for a dive, as they don't have an ult available for Ornn, so realistically, they're just chasing her off of this, as Trundle's going to start stealing away some of his enemy jungler's farm.
Did he get the plate? No, he can't.
Ooh. They actually did hit the W onto Swain, but they don't feel like going in. Cassiopeia doing what she can, gets the kill! That's realistically a solo kill for her. Xin Zhao hit a W, yeah. And that damage would have been just enough to get the kill. If he doesn't hit the W, I don't think the Swain actually dies there. But
She also had flash to follow as well.
Exactly.
That's
Oh, wait. Trundle could be in some trouble. The W has been missed, though. Rel is on the top side, though. As now they stun up the Trundle doing what they can. He has to flash away. Ornn gets a double knockup once again, but Gwen is here as well to try to keep the fight going. Rel's going in, uses her ult as well to do it with the flash, and they take out the Ornn, as that should be all she wrote for this fight, as Ezreal surviving against the Tristana. This is what I was talking about for the first game, is that this is what Thresh could have been doing, and this is what the Rel is doing this game. Ezreal allowed to just kind of survive, especially if Leona's not here.
Yeah, that's just how Ezreal do here. Uh-oh. Okay, God.
Yeah, could be bad for the Rel. Leona's going in, finds the stun after the root, and now Swain wants to try to find a little bit more, gets the root, pulls back the Rel, gonna try to find the kill, but the shield is massive onto Rel. Teleport's coming through. Rel's allowed to start walking away, waddling as far as she can. She's taking no damage from this Leona, as now the Ornhorn's gonna sound. The ult is able to find the kill. Now Cassiopeia in some trouble as well, has to run away from the Ornn. Ornn is doing just absolutely massive amounts of damage, but so is the Xin Zhao. He's able to find the return kill onto the Ornn, and now Leona has to watch as almost gets sniped down by the Ezreal, and she'll go, okay, I'll take the hint. I'll start my base now.
Yeah, well played. They're coming in from the side of AOE. You know, it was definitely looking like a winning situation for ROTM there, but Matsy being there and K-God for surviving for so long, that shield was massive from the charge in. You know, the Ferromancy doing mad work there. You just have to respect Rel. She does a lot, and she can tank a lot as well. Like I said, innately more tanky than the Leona. You know, damage mitigation is great and all, but a shield is proactive healing.
Absolutely. That shield was pretty clutch for the Rel. Didn't keep her alive, of course. Did have to force Ornn to ult for it, but Ornn getting it is fine. You're not too upset with Ornn grabbing these kills. I mean, you can kind of see what he can do with them. It's a little scary, but it's not as scary as Swain getting more fed, Tristana getting more fed, Trundle getting more fed. I mean, I think the only one that you'd rather have the kills on than the Ornn is probably Leona.
Yeah. But with that, you know, the tent was set up in the mid lane for, oh my goodness.
Oh wait, that could be a solo kill onto Swain. I actually looked away for a second, and all of a sudden Swain is almost dead. Yeah, Swain having a pretty rough time in the mid lane here.
Yeah.
As Trundle looking for a kill onto the Cassiopeia, doing what he can. The pillar is cutting off her escape, but now Xin Zhao comes in for the cleanup as he's able to maybe get the kill onto Swain as well. One more auto will do it. There it is, a double kill for him, and a great... No. Cassiopeia, no, you can't do that, as now Leona's gonna go in a little bit of trouble, though. Does find the ultimate down onto Ezreal. Rel doing her best to peel, as now Leona has to flash away after she gets ulted by Ezreal, and now Ezreal wants to go back in, wants to try to E forward if he's able to do so, but it's probably on cooldown for another like 5 seconds at this point, unfortunately. We're just gonna pretend the Cassiopeia thing didn't happen. There's nothing really to analyze there other than no, please God, why?
Oh, that's just that hurts to see. It was a beautiful play, but then 650 gold was given up instantly.
Wait, 650? Well, that's just not great as we see Trundle coming in. The pillar is going to stop the advances of the Trundle, but they just turn it right back around, go in onto the Tristana. Tristana goes down as now Ezreal has to flash away, doing what he can to survive. Gets slapped down with the Ice Cudgel once again, as now there's a lot of fights apparently happening. Cassiopeia could find herself a solo kill. There it is! She's doing phenomenally. Hopefully she doesn't die to the tower again, though. As she doesn't, she walks away as that minion dies. She is just fine. And as she just kind of wipes dust off of her shoulders, she goes, yeah, that int was a fluke. It's not gonna happen again.
Wait.
I can still come back and solo kill you. It's all good.
Did Trundle win that without subjugate? He 2v1 them without subjugate. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Huh.
His subjugate just came off cooldown.
You'd think that maybe he would have
thought he
ulted
subjugated.
one of them, like Leona.
I thought he subjugated the Esmond just so he lost AD, but he didn't.
No, Esmond just can't. He doesn't do a whole lot of damage to him, I guess.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah, that is that never feels good. You are like a level down on the jungler. I mean, he was probably like 3-2-2 at the time. He was doing pretty well for himself. So I mean, like, it makes sense that I think that Trundle should be able.
I think with Subjugate definitely, but without it.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I can't remember exactly. If Ezreal's full HP, then no. If Ezreal had like half HP, then okay. All of a sudden, it's reasonable at that point. The fact that he wasn't able to like E flash away though for Ezreal.
He used E
is
offensively.
Oh well, that's not good for Rel as she takes the blast and then flash the.
Wow.
Okay. W's back over rather as the Leona ult is going to whiff just about everything. As now they can't really fight as
Zoning ultimate.
Yeah, no, zoning ult, trying to zone her back towards the wall so they can do some damage. I see the plan.
Yep. Just a support gap, I guess.
Very true. As we are going to see Cassiopeia taking over the bot side for a little bit, as Ezreal takes that as his cue to leave.
Yep, Ezreal gonna look for that base here. Dragon up in just a little bit here. 29 seconds on that. They should just look to try and get some resets, try and get some pinks, try and get everything going. I'm seeing one pink ward here. What is going on, everyone? One pink ward in the entire game.
Well, you see, Ezreal has a full inventory as they actually go in onto the Xin Zhao, but Xin Zhao says, I'm going to try to survive as long as possible, but he actually goes down. That could be huge for the side of Rotom, getting rid of the enemy jungler.
When you take out the jungler.
Yeah, as they have Gwen teleport coming up soon, so it's actually fine. Ornn is answering the split push now as Gwen is going to make sure that he can't walk in very easily. But he sets up his pillar and goes, yeah, I dare you to walk at me. As now Gwen could look to teleport on in if she so chooses, but Rel's going in with the W ult combo as they are just absolutely melting the rest of Rotom. Ornn comes in, but he's got to immediately run away. Needed to teleport a little bit earlier than that to dissuade the engage instead of going in when the engage happens. As Leona or Ornn, are you going to steal the dragon? No, not at all. They decided that is it. So,
that's sole point.
I agree.
17 minutes. That is a very scary thing. Another Infernal Soul. Ooh, that's just so much damage going through for the side of AOE now. Things are looking great. You know, this Trundle may be strong, but, you know, he's not the strongest frontline in the world unless there's someone to steal from. And that person is K-God, but K-God can get all that CC off before he can even do anything about it. And locking up 3 members with such a wide AoE, haha, funny, is very, very strong, and just allows the Cassio to just machine gun her spells all over, able to land a beautiful Petrifying Gaze onto 3 as well, and just allows both machine guns to do what they want to do. Just fire their skill shots, fire their spells over and over and over again. They don't even need the Gwen, they don't need the Xin Zhao, all they need is a support and the mid-AD duo.
Yeah, it's, they do a good solid amount of damage. They don't even need the Gwen, as you're saying. I mean, Gwen is pretty ahead in terms of CS, but hasn't really found that impact quite yet. Did a good job of keeping Ornn in the top lane and forcing him to probably, or like, be a little bit late to the fight at the very least. Forcing him to decide when to use that teleport is a little bit valuable, as far as I'm concerned. Of course, the I gotta say that the damage that this Ezreal and Cassiopeia are outputting is just absolutely insane, as you saw in that team fight just now. And of course, gotta give credit to Xin Zhao, who was able to get them to this point in the game. I feel like his early game was pretty clean.
Very true. The catalyst for this game there was that Xin Zhao, allowing them to get these leads, helping out the Cassiopeia, who was struggling a little bit in the early lane. Oh, that was a little bit of a short hop.
Yeah, was probably trying to get over the wall, not able to do so though. Unfortunately, as they're going in onto the Tristana, who has to flash away, as now they're trying to catch out the Xin Zhao, but the Ezreal ultimate is gonna find the kill onto Tristana, and Xin Zhao's taking just about no damage, as Ezreal is gonna pick himself up another kill, as now the Swain is dead. Cassiopeia eating him about 1,000,000 times in just a second. Swain goes down there, and Swain was doing pretty well with the help of Trundle. But as soon as Cassiopeia went, yeah, I do damage still. I finished my item, and if I press Q, I still kill you. I feel like Swain was a little too gung-ho after getting those first 2 kills onto Cassiopeia in the early game. Didn't really respect
he's
the
1v8.
fact that she is a great 1v1 champion, as now Trundle flashes in a little late and
It was a
goes
blast
down.
cone.
No
Okay.
time. There was no time.
Yeah, there's no
He had
time.
to.
He flashed, but he flashed late. Oh, that's painful to watch. That's painful. I mean, the decision making is right, but it's still painful.
Yeah, I will say that if you want to go for the steal, you do have to flash there. I will give him a pass for that one. But
You ain't
he was-
Matsy, come on, the old chat. Oh, that's ouch. Ooh, that's
He was
tough.
saying that. He was saying that to himself.
Yeah, he's
so
saying that to himself
there's that.
too. It's banter, it's banter.
It's definitely allowed.
That's a good one. But Matsy, you know, pulled off the clutch might last game. This time, Lexus just not able to find it here. But as you can see, you know, item breakpoints coming through, very, very important. Ezreal is at the 2 item power spike, you know, with the Muramana unlocked at that, you know, breakpoint you expect 21 minutes. That's the ideal breakpoint for having the fully stacked tier as well. Cassiopeia has the Leandris and Archangel Staff. She's just going to be outputting so much DPS with that extra AP and the burn, you know, just doing even more as well. Xin Zhao and Gwen, you know, sitting on 1.5 as of now, but Ornn might be cut out here. No, never
they're
mind.
not able to hit as much of the damage as they
Oh!
would like to. As Gwen could be in some trouble, or
Wait.
is she? She's going for the fight onto Trundle, taking a good bit of damage, ulting now to try to keep herself alive in this situation. Swain could go for the kill. Ezreal's gonna ult, do as much damage as he can in that situation. But now everybody's here. Ezreal ease forward, gets the Q off, gets the kill. The Essence Flux is gonna hit with the Mystic Shot into the double kill for the Ezreal. And now Leona has to run away, trying to ult to get herself out of this sticky situation. Now Tristana's here to help out her support, and she will. The few autos are enough to dissuade Xin Zhao from going further in, but it's not enough to dissuade them from continuing this shove onto the inhibitor towers. Now Ornn is being dove, and this dive is going to go a little bit better as Xin Zhao is onto the Tristana. Tristana is going to be taken down by the Xin Zhao, who's just absolutely massive this game. Next up will be the Leona, and he is diving. Nexus towers will be taken out, though, after getting his triple kill.
Can they end here?
They could look to. It looks like you could blink and you would miss it, but it's looking like they're going to be able to do so. As now they are flashing into the Swain, getting the kill onto him. He evaporates. Is now trying to find the return kill, but Gwen is not going to let that happen. As they're onto the next Nexus tower, Ezreal does a ton of damage to these objectives. They're onto the Nexus now. This could, in fact, be game. Looks like it is. Ornn is going to use his ultimate to try to get a kill. Will not be able to do so as the Nexus falls, and all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, the game is over. AOE find themselves the second game victory, tying the series up 1-1.
Yeah. And great play from AoE coming back from that loss here, you know. Again, not the strongest early game coming from them. There definitely were some blunders. And, you know, once again, the mid lane tent has been made anew here in game number 2. But this time, you know, the Cassio can stand her ground a little bit better than an Orianna. Even when Orianna gets that first item, it doesn't really do all that much to help her out, especially when there's a Trundle who stops you from doing your damage. Yeah, but Cassiopeia doesn't care. Pew, 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 I'm a machine gun. Bruh, bruh, bruh. That's what I do. Machine gun mage there, dealing with Wing Nation, you know, but Matsy helping them out a lot in that early game. Without Matsy, Esmond, Nutter just would have had a rougher time. They wouldn't have been able to do as well as they did. But Esmond, you know, 8-1-8, very respectable, especially into the massive kill lane that is Leona Tristana.
I mean, yeah, going 8-1-8 into the Tristana Leona, that's nuts, especially also seeing how good the Trundle was playing in the last game. You expect that to translate a little bit into this game, and it did, except that he wasn't going into the bot lane as much. He was definitely getting those kills from the mid lane. And in terms of how Ezreal should be feeling, he should be feeling like he's going to die he's at risk of dying every single time he takes a step into lane. But what helps him survive a lot is the fact that A, he's playing Ezreal, B, he has a Rel on his team, and those two things are pretty useful for an Ezreal to be able to survive. Of course, he did die that one time in a 2v1 against Trundle, which is just how powerful that champion is. But after that, he was never allowed himself.
I think it's the item.
Yeah, most likely. As Press the attack also helping the Trundle to find that kill as well. Of course, excited to see how Rotom now adjust their draft. Honestly, I felt like they had a better version of their team comp from last game. I think the Swain and Leona were definitely an upgrade from Vel'Koz Lulu.
Mm-hmm.
The issue, of course, being is that Swain dies so many times in this game. I mean, 10 deaths is not a
That's
great
rough.
time. And the other issue I have with this is that a lot of those were solo kills. Like I can count at least 2 times off the top of my head that I remember Nutter just popping off on him, hitting him with like 6 E's in a row, and he just evaporates and dies. Of course, there was that one where Xin Zhao gets a little bit of damage off onto the Swain, and then Cassiopeia does about the other 90% of the damage, and then there was the one where she actually just straight up gets a solo kill. So excited to see how Wing Nation bounces back from this game specifically, because he had such a great game in game number 1. So hope to see him rectify that in game number 3.
Yep. And with that, we'll head over to a quick break as, we'll prepare for the mid-game show or between-game show for you guys. Have Mr. Gurf and Mr. Wolven back on the desk for a little bit before we get into game number 3. We'll see what adjustments are made by both teams here. But, this was a 23-minute victory. This was a quick one. And, we'll see you guys in just a bit. It's going to be quick. It's going to be great, and it's going to be fun. We'll see you in just a bit.
And hello and welcome back to the analyst desk. I am here with Mr. Gurf himself to talk about game number 2. Again, another crazy game. Oh, Gurf, you're muted.
Of course I'm muted. Of course I am. But yeah, I think we got to start off with the draft that happened there, and we'll again go quickly through this. But the R4 Gwen came through, and that was something we were talking about, one of those S tier champions as being an answer to the Ornn. But for some reason, ROTM decided to pick up the Ornn in the R4 R5 phase. So again, maybe a little question mark on that one there, but this game was really in the hands of AOE. I really liked what we saw from Matsy getting in the faces of the enemy, making that big Xin Zhao have an impact across the map. Again, the Gwen was the answer there. The Gwen took care of that business. Canaton has been playing really well on it, so I think that needs to be considered about for ROTM, do we find an answer to deal with that Gwen, or do we just ban it out if we want to continue playing Ornn? I think that needs to be taken into consideration for this next game, because that's, again, we saw the answer to it from AOE, so now ROTM needs another answer back.
But you also don't forget about Matsy on the Zunzo. Not only did he steal Baron on the Diana, but he stole Rift Herald as well on the Zunzo, and then he made really good plays. Picking up so many kills for himself and his teammates.
Yeah, it's little stuff like that too. Even though, okay, one Rift Herald when you boil it down like that, but still, it's what you're able to do with it. It's the tempo that you create from it, and AOE was very much able to do that. Even though that point you brought up about the Herald Matsy went down there, that steal came out of nowhere. He went flying in, and that was just excellently done. A lot of these team fights too, just we're seeing that synergy coming through for AOE right now, and really looking strong in game number 2. But now here we are, tied up 1-1. We're heading into game 3, and this is where we're going to start to see the big stuff come out. I think a lot of what these teams like to play, a lot of what their comfort picks, or maybe even some specialty picks that they've been saving for us just for finals. But I think it's going to be a very, very exciting game 2, just as the first 2 were. Sorry, game 3. And I'm looking forward to this one. But I do one last point I did want to bring up about this. Another big point that we need to watch out for, and I heard Salt mention it on the cast too, was the fact that there was a lack of vision out there on the Rift. But what AOE did that was really good as the game progresses, that every little fight they took, right? You get the Rift Herald, you get a tower, you get a team fight, you get a skirmish dragon, whatever. As they continue to win, you saw that vision line push forward and forward and forward, and it really prevented ROTM from entering their jungle, really choked them out. So I think we need to see a little bit more of contention on this vision game, because AOE definitely were in the driver's seat in that time.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I feel like vision is one of the most important keys in when you're playing, League of Legends in general, especially like the way AOE, not just warded the objectives, but as you said, pushed the vision line up and up and up, so they had vision 24/7 of ROTM.
Absolutely. And with a Xin Zhao who is running around your entire map at that point, that's where we see, those picks start to come out. And, a lot of these players know better than to do stuff like face checking or stuff like that. But still, in terms of these rotations and being the team to be there first, generally that's going to come from the team who has that vision control. Though we did see it come in a little bit from ROTM. They did end up just 5-man ganking poor Matsy there in mid. They just said, you know what, Xin Zhao, you're not allowed to play the game right here. So again, a lot of good stuff on both sides, but AOE just overall, I think they had the answer there in that draft. They were able to deal with the Ornn, and I think, coming into this next draft that we're about to see, what is going to be the answer if the Gwen is going to be picked up again? Or do we just ban it out? Are we going to continue running this Ornn, or are we going to flip things around and try something a little bit new, since that Ornn that worked for us in game 1 didn't quite work out in game 2?
Yeah, I do agree. And it looks like both teams are ready for game number 3. It is 1-1.
Let's send it off.
I'm
Go ahead, Wolven.
I'm expecting ROTM to come out with a different draft. I think they realize that, hey, we can't do the same tactic anymore. Let's try something new. Hopefully they will come something new, and hopefully, again, see what AOE can pull out.
Absolutely. But let's send it over to Shogun and Salt Spreader to bring us that draft in the next game. Boys, take it away.
Okay. Bans. There they go. Hecarim. Yep, off the table. Rally as well, and Kindred. Same.
Yeah, everything seems to be exactly the same as it was last game and the game before that one. I don't think we'll see any divergences here.
No when.
I mean, what do they
Zhao.
I like that.
Yeah, I
one.
like that ban. I think that's really good here.
Who do they leave up instead? They leave Corki up. So, and they might actually.
Diana.
Okay, I thought they were gonna first pick Ziggs for a second. I was like, I don't know about that one.
It's a good pick. It's good into Ezreal. Really strong into Ezreal.
Hmm. And they're trying to dissuade the Corki, I imagine, is the goal with that.
Mm-hmm.
So AOE could still, take the bait and go for those champions and go, we don't care, and ego pick those.
Pick
those
like
two.
the ego pick the Ornn, or like Rotom
Yeah.
ego pick the Ornn.
Yeah.
Tristana picked up for
okay.
AOE this time though. Esmond has been spamming that, and Lee Singer for either Matsy or Nutter or Can of Tin even. The three-way flex. I mean, I think it's weaker as that flex roll now, mainly because it just leaves the casters on 1 HP because of the nerf, and that feels so bad.
Yeah.
Your lane push is not nearly as strong anymore, and you can't roam as well because of that. You just lose so much time.
Yeah, having to auto each and every one before pressing E, not what you want, not what you are picking Lee Sin for. You definitely want to be able to wait clear that.
Run.
Yeah, extremely fast as they.
Ziggs.
Okay, so they still want to play the Ziggs mid. Diana almost certainly going into the jungle then. Highly doubt we're going to be seeing a top lane Diana.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess a support
It could
Ziggs.
be AD Ziggs. AD Ziggs.
That's true. I forgot AD Ziggs was a thing for a good bit.
Still is.
Now,
It's actually pretty good into like champs like Ezreal and Tristana who have to go forward to do their damage.
that's
Ziggs has
fair.
longer range, can poke them out, can place down the little minefield, deal damage that way. We'll see what Rotom lock in here. It's gonna be the Sivir, so it is a Ziggs mid.
Interesting. I am also having a bug.
But
where I
that
can't
locks
see.
in
There
their
it is.
picks though, which is I don't think that's that great because it shows where everything is going right away. It denies the Ziggs Diana flex pick or flex potential you did have, and AoE can now respond accordingly.
Yeah, so they can honestly pick their mid laner here, which I think would be just fine. You pick a mid laner that's strong into Ziggs, save your counter pick for the top lane, which you essentially get for free at this point. So I'd pick mid and then pick support, or pick a support and then ban the good counters to that support, which they're going to pick Kassadin. Oh, flashbacks are happening from last week in which Kassadin actually got really strong before 16 minutes, and then or not.
You mean
16
level
minutes, sorry,
16?
level 16. My head was in the right place. Wasn't quite on track, but yeah, level 16. Imagine.
Oh, image is not loading on stream, so that third pick is a Sivir for everyone who is not able to see it.
Yeah, it's
Leona
unfortunate.
taken away as well. I don't think the Leona looked that great there in game number 2. But it is a good ban overall because it's very hard to burst her down. Can lock up the Kessin very easily if he ever R's forward. You just cue him in the face. Jack's gonna be end away from Can of Tin once again. Don't want that one. And I expect a Gwen ban here from Rotom.
For sure, the Gwen ban would be pretty strong. I really like the Lulu ban. I imagine AoE is looking for something like Nautilus, also looking for something that can engage from far away. I could even see them going Thresh here. Maybe actually not Thresh or Nautilus just because of how Sivir works. That would be a little tough to play around. It'd be really nice to be able to go something like Nautilus here, but like against Sivir, as I was just saying,
Gwen.
Yeah.
There we go. As expected.
I think that Gwen ban, that makes me think that they're actually going to go for the Ornn once again.
Mhm.
And they want to put their top laner on something super comfortable like that. I think it's a pretty solid plan. Interested though to see what they end up pairing with the Tristana, as could be some spicy stuff with in terms of an engaged support. Also could go something that could try to poke down Sivir as much as possible. Someone that has like 2 abilities that she can use, or that the support can use to try to bait out the. Oh no, they're gonna go Nautilus, as I said.
They are
Which-
just going Nautilus.
It isn't the worst thing in the world, because if you spell, this is much better in my opinion than the Thresh, because it just gets rid of the Thresh hook. I think actually I don't know. I don't think Nautilus is allowed to go forward with his Q though.
He will. He'll go.
Okay.
He'll pull himself, but he won't pull the Sivir.
Gotcha. So we'll go halfway there. So he won't be able to get the auto
Then he
off.
can flash auto.
Yeah. So he could try to do that much at the very least. His ult is going to
Shen.
be
It could be a Shen support, potentially. I don't think it's that great here. I would rather see on the top side. It does provide a lot of global pressure. And, we could see some fun here with mathematically correct Shen. It's a thing. And it does 42% of your max health damage in 6 autos.
Oh my god. That's kind of nuts.
Yeah, just a little bit. Does a little bit of damage there. It's relatively new though. Untested. So, it has been tested a couple times, but never in anything higher than Plat. But it was the mathematically correct build was made by a challenger player, the challenger Shen One Trick Xpetu. So it's definitely a usable build. But Alistar going to be locked in here. Gives them a lot of tankiness, a very strong front line coming in from Rotom.
Yeah, some solid playmaking potential that can come out of that Alistar pick for sure. Excited to see what they do for their top lane. I imagine they pick something else that could be good into Shen. I imagine Lee Sin is not the greatest pick.
I imagine a set here.
Set could be fun. Set could fit with their comp decently well, as they
Camille?
actually go Camille.
It's a very skill-intensive matchup here. Mainly because if you're able to dodge away from either the taunt or the hook shot from Camille, or from Shen, either way, it's very strong, but you can dodge a lot of Camille's damage with your Shroud. Because it blocks all auto attacks, you cannot get that empowered midi Cho'Gath ultimate off. All Shen has to realistically do is save his Shroud for that empowered level. And then Camille doesn't really have that much damage after that.
Yeah.
Until it's
if he's able to get that Shroud off, it'll be pretty solid. If he's able to outplay that Camille in that way, then Camille's gonna have a bit of a rough time. So excited to see that matchup.
Very, very true. And yeah, so Canaton on Camille, we've seen Camille's pop off. And Canaton's Camille specifically has also popped off. So you'll love to see it. You'll love to also see half of an 80 carry's HP disappear in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. It is a...
And you can't spell shield that.
Nope, not at all. It is it's gonna be kind of terrifying for Sivir to be playing against most of this team, just because of the amount of damage. You can't exactly spell shield Kassadin jumping on you and murdering you in about 2 abilities.
Yeah,
So-
even if the R damage doesn't connect, you still have the Q, W auto, and the E. That will shred your HP, and then someone else can finish you off if that isn't enough.
Absolutely.
Even then,
They
I
have
do
a-
think you'll just get one shot.
I really like their kind of dive comp they have going for them. The Camille, the Lee Sin, the Kassadin, the Nautilus, the Tristana. Every single one of them has a way to just
One
go
identity
in.
to rule them all.
Oh, absolutely. Now that is scary if they fall behind ever,
Ooh, yes.
because then I think their comp is kind of doomed. Yes, you could try to rely on Kassadin getting to level 16, but if he's not allowed to, then things are bad. So you definitely have to use that Lee Sin, use that Tristana as a catalyst for that mid laner to try to get him rolling as fast as possible. And yeah, Rotom's definitely still on a time bomb in the mid lane. As soon as Kassadin gets there, I still think it's game over. They have enough squishies. important squishies to the point where if Cassin's able to get to level 16, he just erases them.
Exactly.
Which we've seen before.
And that's very important to talk about because the Ziggs is going to be a lot of their damage, is going to be a lot of their consistent magic damage. Diana, has her burst window, but once that's over, she doesn't really do all that much into champions like that Kassadin. Mainly because he blocks 15% of all magic damage or AP damage, so he's going to be very strong into that double AP topside, or actually triple AP topside, realistically. Shen, a lot of his damage is magic, same with Diana's magic damage is magic, same with Ziggs. So it really is going to be on the Sivir to try and take down this Kassadin, but you're an 80 carry, you don't really get to do that very much. Especially when there's a Nautilus Tristana there looking to try and one-shot them both. But, you have good peel from the Alistar, so there's always that to rely on.
Very true, very true. Being able to rely on that peel is extremely useful. As I'm still excited to see. I'm excited now to see how Esmond does onto Tristana, having played against it every single game in the series so far. And you imagine that he's been spamming it because they know that Boar wants Tristana so much, and that Boar puts a lot of value into that pick, and being able to grab it away from Boar could prove to be very useful. And this game will be telling of that. If the Sivir doesn't look great, then they know, hey, if we take away Tristana, things are gonna look good for us. Now, if he pops off on Sivir, all of a sudden it doesn't matter as much, but being able to take away not a one trick, but a person's most comfortable champion is still very, very valuable.
And yeah, Tristana gonna be pretty important. Needs to be able to burst down either the Sivir or the Ziggs or something. Does have some peel with her W to get away, as well as that Buster Shot, but you just want her and Lee Sin to be the catalyst going forward here. But both sides have really good or really strong scaling. Kassadin and Camille scale incredibly well, but Ziggs Sivir also scale really well as well. So the carries that I want to be keeping my eye on this game are Can of Tin, Nutter, Winged Nation, and Boar here. Esmond, I expect to do great things on the Tristana, but I think the importance here is watching how Nutter plays this lane out. He needs to be even. He wants to get ahead because Kassadin is susceptible to being poked out at the very least. And I actually do think going I do expect Sivir to actually go for the poke build here because no one's super tanky. Maybe going Dark Harvest would be pretty good. It stops Esmond from looking for those all-ins because he's going to be chunked, and does allow you to try and poke out the Kassadin before he tries and jumps on you at the very least. It does give you some way to provide some self-peel with slows from Cerildus as well as damage to dissuade the engages.
I also think they have a really scary engage themselves with the Sivir ult, the Alistar running with the Sivir ult, Diana running with that as well, going in with the Alistar combo, Diana piles on top of that. All the meanwhile, Sivir is using that Q to do a bunch of damage, weaving in her auto attack with her W as well, doing as much as she can. Could be scary for the side of AOE, and of course AOE don't have a lot in the ways of counter engage or disengage or anything like that. They only really want to go in.
Yep, the singular identity here. And they do have a sort of flexible identity on the side of ROTM there with that Shen and Diana and Alistar. Alistar can play peel duty, and Shen is very great at that as well. Diana does want to go in permanently though, and Shen can always back that up with the Stand United, and Alistar, with the Sivir ultimate can't move at the speed of sound. But with that, we'll go over to a quick break. Prediction should be open, so we'll be right back as we get things going.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to game number 3 of the series between Return of the Middle Six and AOE Obsidian. Once again, we have Return of the Middle Six on the blue side and AOE Obsidian on the red side. So, a few things to take note of. Sivir is not going poke Sivir. Sivir has lethal tempo, which we have decided is troll.
Yeah.
Which
It's really
No.
bad unless you get ahead here. We talked about how the only way the Sivir gets to play the game is by using her Q, because the Cassin's gonna like one-shot her, the Camille's gonna one-shot her, the Chistada's gonna one-shot her, and so is the Lee Sin. Her auto attack range is 500. So if you're 500 units within any of these champions, you are going to get blown up. So you should not be 500 units within any of these champions ever. So that's why you go poke, so you don't have to worry about that very much. But we'll see if they're able to work. But I want to see the Shen try and walk up and place his sword up in the lane. Ooh, and he does. Not as far as I'd like it, though.
I wanted to get a little bit further, as Lee Sin's gonna get himself a leash here, as Nautilus and Tristan are doing what I was talking about in the first game. They are doing their fake leash, and they're trying to make it as believable as possible, walking all the way from there. I think they were actually just walking the entrance, or watching the entrance rather, and now they show up in lane, and they go. I'll go ahead and start farming, try to push for level 2 first, which should be pretty simple for them. And look at that, you don't need Dark Harvest. You can do plenty of poke without it anyway. There it is.
Very true. And I'm a nutter, actually playing very well here. You know, I also respect the fact that he took Fleet Footwork, because he knows this Ziggs has a lot of poke. You know, a lot of players will greed and take that Electrocute or the Conqueror even into losing matchups, because, you know, ego, I'm a better player. But, you know, you just gotta respect the fact that the Ziggs will poke, and, you know, Fleet negates a lot of that.
Absolutely. And of course, Sivir and Alistar respecting the level 2 power spike that Nautilus and Tristana can have. They don't even think about trying to race them there. They know they lose that one. Because now they miss the hook onto Sivir, which would have been really bad for her, because she had just gotten level 2 right after the hook went out. So could have been a kill going over to them, or at least a flash blown, had to imagine.
And at the top side, though, the Shen actually did miss the taunt, so was not able to go in on that trade. That could have been ended very well for him, because he is a lot stronger in these early levels. His base damages are really high, especially because he does not have a combat ultimate. That is how they have to balance him out. He has to be able to do something without having a strong ulti. And with that, though, Esmond and K-God just going to push in this lane, maybe try and get some vision, maybe try and get a base off as well. They're having a pretty solid time here in this bot lane, though.
Absolutely. And of course, Cassidy doing what he can to try to CS up so he can...
He's winning.
He's winning in CS, but he does have a big wave that Ziggs is not really cashed in on quite yet.
Very true.
Mr. Caster.
That's unfortunate.
Not the end of the world by any means, though. He is still doing just fine. As Lee Sin and Diana posturing around the mid lane.
Yep. And, you know, Ziggs isn't known for his skirmishing power, and neither is Cassidy in these early levels. So it's really going to be the Lee Sin Diana show if anything does happen here. But, oh, look at the Diana on those Krugs. They're pinging it.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Diana. Camille's actually doing a ton of damage to Diana. Oh, she missed a flash! As now, that's going to be first blood going over to Camille. That is a terrible mistake to make in that situation.
I got the Krugs, guys! I got the Krugs! Oh, that is not what you want to see. The fail flash 2 just hurts even more. I mean, it was a good look from Diana to try and steal away those Krugs, but... Oh! Mid lane!
I thought he was going to go in.
Oh, he can't take that, the satchel.
No, he can't take that at all. As a good restraint from Lee Sin. Lesser Man goes in on that for sure. I will say, even though Diana missed the flash over the wall, I think Camille can still follow up with flash. So realistically, that's the only thing bad that happens there is that you're not able to pop the top laner's flash and get that to happen. So That is A-okay. Silver, a great answer, by the way, into the Tristana because of how she counters the
Look at
the
the
explosive
Ziggs.
charge. Yeah, Ziggs isn't having the greatest of times in the mid lane. Cassidy
That-
doing a
Not
bit
as
of
what I
damage.
expected to see, honestly.
We did have people saying that every single lane was a winning lane for the side. Oh wait, Alistar getting
Oh.
pulled back in. Will not take any more damage
Oh.
than that though.
That
As
was a
a-
late shroud from the Shen. Lost half his HP for that one.
It looks like they're gonna go ahead and take this dragon. It shouldn't be very easy for them to do, which is really weird because the team with Cassidy shouldn't never be able to do that. But Cassidy's just kind of chilling. And is doing way better than Ziggs is in this lane.
And the Shen actually just has no opportunity to ultimate in, not use that. Oh, they know that the Diana's on those Raptors, but Elysian can't really do all that much about it. Just doesn't farm fast enough. And the Caston can't really do all that much because of that mana that he is sitting on. You know, not very much there in the back pocket. Can't really look for much there, so they just have to give that farm. You know, it's fine to have your Lee Sin behind because your Caston is 10 CS up somehow, and your bot lane is also up 12. Camille's up, 8. So it's good all around. Big wave though, pushing into the Shen. But why'd you take that grass proc? You're taking a lot of damage for that. Oh,
Ziggs ults the Cassidy just to stop him from backing because he's actually that petty. So Cassidy goes, fine. I'll
sorry for
stay."
breathing.
I'll stay for the next wave. That's okay. I don't think you really have any kill pressure on me without the ultimate, so it should be fine as he is going to see us very safely under his tower. And
Yep. Take the base. Ooh.
he's actually staying for the next wave. I think this is a
Ziggs
little
has no
greedy.
TP. Ziggs has no TP.
Yeah, so it's fine. He should be able to shove this under. But then he definitely has to go ahead and return to base, get some items. He is sitting on a hefty sum of money right now.
Yep.
So we'll see what he ends up buying.
He's sitting on 1900, so I'm expecting a tier loss chapter for the most. Yep. Oh, there's the tier. There it is.
Just
And
as
boots
you
as
said.
well. It's a little
you
sacks, Just some potato sacks on your feet. They help you run faster.
Absolutely.
I actually think that's less effective than running with your real feet, honestly. I feel like potato sacks don't really provide all that much in the ways of, grip when you're running, so it's funny. Really is.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially as you gotta remember, Cassidy doesn't even run; he
floating.
just kind of hovers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, does it really need shoes to help him go faster? As
True.
Shen is going in onto the Camille, doing what he can, doing as much damage as he can, but Camille trades it back real quick and is looking just fine. And this is probably the worst possible thing for Rotom to do, which is scale, even though Sivir wants to. As going in onto the Nautilus, not able to find anything there though.
Good respect flash.
Yeah, they did get the flash out of Nautilus, which is decent, but he does have the Hex flash anyway. So in terms of playmaking, he is still going to have a use of a summoner spell. As Cassidy's still thriving in this mid lane, is steadily gaining a CS lead even still.
Ziggs is not freezing that.
No, he is not. He actually cleared it for whatever reason.
And Sivir's not freezing that.
No.
I guess freezing's not allowed here today.
No, this is like Plat Diamond games. Why would they freeze in this?
True. Because as the Sivir, you want to scale into the Justana. You scale very, very well. Even though you are going on, I think on-hit scale's better, but into the, Nexus wants this.
Diana wanted to go in, did not use her ultimate though. Was just trying to get the. Oh wait, they're actually going in onto this bot lane. Alistar doing what he can, I believe. Oh, he finally ults just now. Going to be taking a lot less damage from this Tristana, as that's all they're able to really do. They managed to force out the heal of Tristana, so that's decent
Heal for
enough.
Exhaust, not terrible, but K still has Ignite. So realistically, it's not the best trade because heal is not a summoner when Ignite is on the table.
That is very true. So
60% healing reduction, level 1, guys. Very fun. Oh.
Shen doesn't quite get his Shroud off in time, so Camille's able to get that Cho'Gath ultimate down.
Yep. You love to see the Cho'Gath ultimate coming through. She has that sheen. She's hit a very strong power spike going for herself. And, you know, Nutter just gonna blow up the wave once again. I guess that's what you do when you throw bombs, right? Blow up waves. But right now, it's just pretty chill for the... Look at the CS coming in from both Nutter and Esben. 99 apiece. They are dead even.
Absolutely. Being dead even is pretty solid stuff. You are the support, so it doesn't matter a whole lot. In terms of the CS of everybody else, though, the solo lanes are getting out of control.
Yeah, the solo lanes are just not... 20 CS down for the Ziggs. He's supposed to win lane, or, you know, at least farm better.
I don't know if he's supposed to win lane, apparently. Oh, wait, Diana's looking for a gank. Does ult the Lee Sin? This could be another kill coming through. Could be the first kill for Rotom, as now the bot lane's also here. They're going in. Lee Sin getting very low. He's going to go down. There it is. As out of mana, Kassadin flashes over the wall. The Q is going to find the kill. And all of a sudden, things are looking good for Rotom again. Give me my points. I mean, what?
But even with that, they're still down 600 gold. Those 2 kills were not enough to put them in the lead. And that's a very scary thought here. Because if this Kassadin is just going to remain ahead, this game is over.
Yeah, still up in gold,
And one went to Alistar too. One of those kills that's really rough.
It's not great, and the CS lead is still there for Tristana, of course, the top lane remaining neutral throughout that entire thing. A great Shroud, though, to stop
That's
that
what
Q
you want
from
to
coming
see there.
forth. As now they're going in. They actually ulta spell shielded up Sivir, as now the E is going to be dropped from Tristana onto Sivir. Sivir getting very low. The ult is coming out from Shen. Will she survive? She will not, so Shen will not be able to join the fray. As now they're looking for a kill onto the Alistar. Does not manage to find the knockup under the tower, as Tristana able to find a double kill now. She is up 2-0, and everything that Sivir was able to find for herself is just absolutely negated. And also Sivir picking up the Gale Force now, which someone tell me how good that is.
That feels... I mean, that's the item you really have to go here, but it feels really bad.
Yeah, I don't... Imagine if that was like a lethality item. And she had Dark Harvest. Now things are scary for the other team, or for Tristana at times, but...
And, you know, the Sivir did pick up that kill earlier, though, but now is just going out of control. Kraken Slayer on the Tristana already as well. And Nutter just, he takes damage, seriously. Oh, Lexus is here, though, but... he just used the ult charge forward.
Yeah, it's not going to be up for a little bit now, and he doesn't have his flash available to him. The ult's finally going to come out, but Diana's still able to follow up, and they're able to capitalize on that kill in the mid lane. Very nicely done from them. Kassadin starting to get a little too cocky in the mid lane.
I mean, he does the damage, but, like, you still got to respect, you know, you don't have vision on that top side. You don't know where this Diana is. And the only thing you do know is that Shen just used that stand united in the bot side, but Diana is still strong. Diana is up a lot of farm as well, so she does a good amount of damage, especially with that Hextech alternator that she did have for that. So you have to be wary of that. But Luden's Tempest actually completed here for Nutter, not going for that Everfrost that we see a lot of Castans going for.
No, which is definitely very interesting, because now Tristana's going in, getting a lot of damage down onto Sivir with the explosive charge. She is at about a quarter HP. As Tristana just had a little bit more backup, I feel like she would have felt confident enough to go in on that a little bit more.
If Buster Shot was up, she wins that.
Yeah.
She actually one-shots that. Unfortunately, it was just barely off cooldown, just not there in time to actually one-shot the Sivir. So she does have to back off, respect the Alistar, because there's no way she kills that before the Alistar is there to save her.
Absolutely. Hex Flash is about to go forward. There it is, but Tristana does not walk up far enough for that to mean anything. Now Kassadin is answering these Ziggs in the bot lane. Gonna start going into the side lane to start farming up. This is what you want to do. You want to send your bot to the mid lane. Not looking for some vision at the very least. Might look to go top. Try to make a play onto the Shen. Could be pretty big.
Yep, you know, this Camille already finished that Trinity Force, is very, very strong. Not opting for the center, I think that's fine though. Ooh,
Does ult, gets the stun off too earlier, and now Shen in a bad situation, flashes away, and the Q, or I think the first part of the Q, able to find the kill onto Shen.
precision
As-
protocol, baby.
That was a pretty solid solo kill for the top laner of AOE. Shen not having a great time, even with the plated steel caps, it is just not enough to negate the damage that the Camille is able to put out. And all of a sudden, one kill later, tower is taken. Shen still not alive
Oh,
to do anything about it. And Nautilus just ults the Diana, does a weird little blast cone play. I don't know if that was his plan, was to blast cone away and then pull him up instead of to the right. But no one was really there to go in with K-God, which,
ego. That's what it is.
yeah, maybe.
You cannot fight me because I'm too tanky, and if you do try to fight me, everyone's here. Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
Or rather, Kassadin's in a bad situation, and now, oh, the ultimate from Diana pulls the Kassadin back in for the Ziggs ultimate. Great play from Diana to get all that damage down onto the Kassadin, and he goes down. He's down 0-3. He is just not allowed to chill, and realistically, it's pretty bad for him to be in that spot all alone, as we should see ROTM take away this third dragon of the game there.
Hex Flash Power Spike, worth.
And they saw that too, so
Yeah.
as
It's okay, I have Hex
Worried as
Flash. It's fine. Canatan TP down here. I don't know what they're going to be able to do. They might just look for the fight here. They have Camille on the flank. Alistar has no way out.
Need to look for the fight, as Alistar does have to try to find his way out of there. He has to run, but the Hextech ultimatum is going to come out, and he's going to go down as a result. And now the Nautilus hook is going to swing wide, but the flash auto is going to be enough to get this kill onto Diana. The Shen ultimate not being able to complete, and that is 2 Shen ultimates in a row that have essentially been wasted. As now Kassadin looking for some damage down onto Shen. Not going to be able to find anything more than that, though. Looking for some damage onto the tower now. And, a nice taunt from Shen to get some damage down onto Kassadin. Kassadin has to ult away. And Shen could look to kill if once his taunt is up again, but you gotta imagine Kassadin's not gonna let himself be around for that.
It's okay, guys. Alistar can flash out. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. It's, I think what happened with Alistar was he was trying to,
Hex Flash.
yeah, he was just trying to charge up a Hex Flash, and I was like, oh yeah, flash up. That's really
Oops.
odd.
Okay, he's not the only one who's made that mistake. I will admit that. You think you have the Hex Flash, but you've spent so much time with the Hex Flash already that you have your real one up. So you accidentally just press that F button, and just go forward a little bit too fast, and you surprise yourself more than anything.
Yeah, I've done that when playing like Alistar or Set and going up to the Raptors, and I'll like start quote unquote charging my Hex Flash, and then all of a sudden I flash on the enemy mid laner's tower, and I'm like, I guess we're doing this, and then and then all of a sudden I get my mid laner a kill anyway, and I look like a Smurf, and it's.
I meant to do that, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Now there's a teleport coming through onto Sivir. Sivir is very low, but Tristana gets the reset, and since she's on 1 HP, feels confident Wing forward to get the kill.
Gale Force Flash, not enough.
Nope, not at all. Of course, I think she also ulted to try to get herself out of that one. No, it just came
She has
up.
on the hunt as well.
Gotcha.
Wasn't available at that point. But yeah, that's rough.
So it's
Gale
not
Force
looking
Flash
great.
didn't buy enough space.
ROTM not having the greatest time right now. Even though Kassadin is 0-3, doesn't matter. He's looking for 4 more levels, and
He's there.
yep, will not matter at all. And Tristana just having a field day. 100 to 0ing the Sivir twice now. Only one of the times it ended up in a kill by herself, essentially. And that time I think I don't remember if she used her ult. It's off the cooldown now. So
Did not use
I
ult
imagine
last time for this one.
maybe. We have Runeterra Academy rating. Thank you guys for the raid. Welcome
Thank
everybody.
you.
Yep, for the finals of the LRS Premade, as we see Nautilus going for a dive onto the Ziggs, but this could go very badly instead, though nothing else will happen. He just gets headbutted to safety, realistically. I guess Alistar messed up his combo a little bit, so Nautilus gets out of that one scot-free.
Alistar, or not Alistar, sorry, Nautilus also was able to proc that Aftershock, get himself a little bit tankier. So, you know, he can actually deal with those tower shots. And he actually doesn't have completed boots just yet. So I expect him to be going for those pretty soon. But I want him to go for the Anathema's Chains here. It will keep the silence going on a little bit longer from the Kassadin, keep the Camille stun going as well. Although most of Nautilus' CC is knockups, it does keep that root on a little bit longer and reduces your damage taken. And it also just screws over a single player and makes sure they don't have any fun. And I think that's the main reason why you pick it up, just to make sure, yeah, you don't get to have fun. You, in particular, are not allowed to have fun this game.
Yeah, that's always a fun way to build your champions or to build your team comp in general. As Kassadin is just trying to pick up scraps where he can find them. Still not to level 13 yet. Is doing what he can to collect some levels. Funny enough, though, Tristana, level 12.
Yeah.
When his mid laner is level 12 as well, and that's not even just because of how ahead Tristana is. Actually, Sivir is level 11 right now and is keeping up decently in XP, as now Shen could be in some trouble. Tristana looking for the kill, is not going to be able to find it, does not want to go too far deep, as Alistar could counter her very hard with his knockup, so knows that she can't go in anymore.
And yeah, the Shen not having a great time. You know, the Camille is actually playing this matchup very, very well, has completed the Trinity Force and Titanic Hydra. So that's a lot of damage because of the attack speed coming in from a Trinity Force. It allows you to proc that Titanic Cleave auto very, very often. And Sheen autos just hurt so much more, and it also amplifies the on-hit from Titanic Hydra because of your precision protocol on Q2. That becomes true damage, and that's a lot of damage, and that's really fun and interactive.
Absolutely, it's an interesting little mechanic there. As we're gonna see AOE actually start walking up towards Baron. They just got the 4th dragon of the game there. Second, as Rotom are sitting in Pixel Brush. I don't think they can really do anything. I doubt AOE's just gonna blindly walk up there. If anything, getting that vision control is the most that they're going to be able to do, and that is it. Nutter could be in some trouble now. He is running away. Nah, he's just fine.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's all right. Not really struggling here. So as of now, everyone's doing what they really need to be doing, other than the Kassadin dying a little bit too much. AOE's playing this game basically to perfection for the most part. The Tristana's as ahead as she should be, or more ahead than she should be at this point. Camille, you know, playing very well as well. That is going to be your assassin essentially, because the Kassadin's a little behind the curve because he did die 3 times, so needs to get that XP rolling for himself. Still strong in his own right, almost finished that Archangel Staff though. Getting that 2-item power spike is going to be very important for him. And the Lee Sin, you know, was able to get that 1 assist, hasn't really done all that much, but yeah, there's not really much to do when your laners are just winning for the most part, other than the Kassadin. And you don't really do all that much with the Kassadin, especially in that like mid to early game.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. Huh. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, he gets to play the game.
Imagine when she's allowed to do that to Sivir though. Like that's gonna be very bad, or to Ziggs, which she can more reliably do it to Ziggs, so it's not gonna be a fun time for the squishies of Rotom.
Yeah.
In general, Rotom not having a great time in this game. Don't have a single tower quite yet. AOE having 4 to their name, so it's interesting.
Ionian Boots of Lucidity also. Vibon canceled his base. I think he wants to stop this wave, but ooh, Camille has a flank here.
Yeah, Camille has a pretty mean flank on this Ziggs. And actually, Shen wants to ult on in. They're trying to go in onto the Kassadin, and Kassadin going to be able to get over this wall, though, just fine. Camille stops her flank, is starting to go. Oh, the flash Q! He buffers it too much, and Nautilus is able to get on out of there. They actually ult up to Diana. Diana's going to go ahead and pop her stopwatch, though, and she's going to be just fine. Nice Lee Sin kick, though. It's an all-out brawl right now. No member has gone down yet, but there goes Shen. Kassadin ults to find the kill there, and now a double kill for the Kassadin onto the Alistar next. A triple kill for the Kassadin. Not going to be able to pick up the quadrant because Tristana wanted to go ahead and pick a kill up for herself, as well as Camille going ahead and securing the kill onto Diana. And that is just an absolute demolition of a team fight from the side of AOE. Not a lot that Rotom could do there.
Not
As,
really. Great flank coming in from Canatin there did mean that they were able to find some great damage. And finishing off that Diana, very, very important. You know, the Moonfall is very important. And you need to get that combo off to make things happen as the Diana. But she's just too far behind. She doesn't really do damage. She has Protobelt and Zonia's. That's not really the most damaging combination of items there. And she's also not very ahead, which means that she got the Zonia's very late. The Tristana's just popping off here. And Caston was able to pick up some great kills there, which is very important. You know, I gives him a decent amount of XP. Look at him, he's level 15 now.
I will. Oh, they actually. They don't manage to steal the blue buff away. I want to see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ziggs does not have it. Cassidy was still able to secure it. And something I kind of want to point out, though, is for Rotom, at the very least, you could say that their play may not, like, be the best, but what else did you kind of expect going into this game?
Their comp just does nothing.
No, their comp isn't great. Your entire idea is you want to try to win this game early game because you don't want to win. You don't want to like let Cassidy get to level 16. You don't want to let that man scale up. You don't want Tristana to snowball either. So you want to try to play the early game and try to shut down the Cassidy as much as possible. And they did. But then they have Tristana who's winning her lane. You have Camille who can win her lane. You have Cassidy who was doing fine. Like, yes, you gank him and all of a sudden he's doing bad. But in the lane itself, he was doing just fine. He's actually still winning in CS.
Oh.
So oh wait, Nautilus could be in some trouble. Trying to find his way out of this one is just running away. Should be able to get out just fine. And now there are pings onto the dragon. I don't think that they can go in on this realistically. Cassidy is doing his best to get to level 16 before any fights break out. Tristana doing so much damage to this poor Shen, who gets demolished by the Camille on the flank. And there she goes, is now Cassidy at level 16. There it is, as everybody sound the alarms because he is going to look to one-shot just about everybody. There it is. And the spell shield actually keeps Sivir alive, but if she didn't have that spell shield, she would have been absolutely dead. No doubt about it, as Cassidy basically two-shot her. If he had just like a little bit more AP, she was dead before that Q hits.
Yeah, that was just a crazy amount of damage done. I think that ultimate alone took her from full HP to 80%, and the E and W just weren't enough to finish her off. You know, having a little bit of extra gold maybe could have helped that. But yeah, that Sivir just wasn't. Yeah, you get to play the game. Not much you can really do. Oh, trying to find
Alistar going in, gets a good engage off, but look at that damage that Camille's able to put out as he goes down. Didn't really have anyone able to follow up. No one was willing to go in on that one. As now AoE looking to push to end the game. As Shen trying to get a taunt off, goes in, gets ulted. Hextech Ultimatum comes out. He's getting stunned up. He's taking so much damage from the Camille and the Cassidy both. As now Diana being taken very low, gets taken out by the Camille. As now Tristana and Cassidy doing so much damage as well. Ziggs has to go into the base to get safe. And is there anything that he can really do? It does not look like it, as AoE are going to take this second game. Maybe able to find a kill. Ziggs able to find a kill onto the Nautilus. Very good job from him. And Cassidy just one-shots the Ziggs and goes and gets his 50 gold from the Nexus. A pretty clean game from AoE, taking game number 3, going up 2-1.
And with that, AoE, yeah, they just won that game, no problem. Nothing other than, you know, the casting going down a little bit after those ganks did come through. But 2 of their members deathless, both had 6 kills apiece, and the top laner participated in a lot of kills, you know, 6, 0, and 5. That is a good amount of kill participation there from the Camille. But overall, though, just well played from AoE, other than a little bit of overextension there a couple times. But I think it was mostly overextensions coming in from the side of Rotom, and the fact that their comp does absolutely nothing. I don't think it's any fault of the players. I think their comp was just really, really bad.
For sure. I mean, at worst, you could say that Sivir should have gone Dark Harvest. I don't think that saves them this game.
That doesn't save them.
I mean,
maybe
like,
it's not Tristana from being 6-0 to 3-0, maybe?
Something like that, yeah. but like that build, that just that rune setup is not what you want at all when you look at the enemy team. You don't want to walk up. You were saying Sivir has a 500 range. You can't walk up into 500 units of any of those champions. That's what you were saying at the beginning of this game. And of course, also turning our sights to what AOE did right. Esmond 6-0-8, 14 KP in an 18 kill game as an ADC.
That's a crazy amount of KP for ADs.
Absolutely.
Most ADs don't really start popping off till late game, but here, Asmund was just popping off over and over in the early game. Found some good kills there, and found some solo kills as well. And also respecting the ganks that Lexus did try to pull off down there in the bot side. Playing that very well too. Just well played game overall. But with that, we'll send things over to a quick break as we get the analyst desk set up for a quick breakdown before we get ready for game number 4. That's the one. It's no silver scrapes just yet. We'll be right back though as we get things set up. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a bit.
And hello and welcome back to the analyst desk. I am again here with Gurf going over game 3 with AOE taking the win.
Well, game 3, I was doing some thinking as we were watching through, but honestly, all in all, that was just a nice, clean game. You got your champions that you needed to, scaled on up. They got their gold, they got their items, and at that point, you can start to execute your comp pretty much as you would on paper and say, okay, we got our plan here. Let's close this one out clean. And that's what we saw here from AOE in game 3.
Yeah, I feel like they focus way too much on the Cassidy for ROTM. I feel like they gave Esmond way too much freedom in the bot lane because he was able to get so ahead on that Tristana so early.
Yes, that is also one caveat of those already scaling champions is the fact that if you give them that gold in the early game, it's only going to bring that timeline a little bit closer to when you would expect normally for these guys to come online. So, especially with, Tristana, Cassidy, usually I've been in chat before calling 1 out of 16, 2 out of 16 as he gets closer to 16. And don't get me wrong, once he has his level 3 R upgrade, that Cassidy is no joke. But same with Tristana. I mean, her satchel bomb does a lot of damage right off the bat in the early game. And just further on, man, you saw how Esmond was just able to kind of Goomba stomp his way around these team fights. So I think ROTM really got to pull up their trousers here and find an answer here, because that's what I was saying before we got into game 3, is that they need some sort of answer. Yes, we did see the Gwen ban come through as well too, but I'm curious to know what they're going to deal when these lanes get ahead. And when these win conditions come online much earlier than one would expect.
Now, I'm wondering, it seems like the bot lane for ROTM's having a hard time. So I'm curious to see what ROTM does to help their bot lane better.
I think, it goes to a point about looking at the early ganks, but it does come into question of, is that a bot lane I can afford to gank in these early levels? And I think that's answer will be shown to us a little bit more as we get into draft. It'd be nice to get your bot lane rolling, just get them a little bit ahead so they have that advantage. But generally, those early ganks are much more easily executed when you head up to the top lane. So that's why we've seen a little bit more attention possibly up there. But it does become incredibly hard when you are forced to go into CC and all that damage. The Tristana early is
it looks like they're
gankable, but
it looks like they're ready to go to draft, and they're starting draft a little bit early. So let's get started and get game 4 going.
Yes, I'll hold my points until next game. Flip it over to Sultan Shogun. Have fun, fellas.
Alrighty, everybody, we're getting into the game number 4 draft as we finally see a swap of the sides. AOE is going to be taking the blue side. ROTM is going to be taking the red side.
Who would have guessed the same band?
The same exact
Tristana's
band with
Tristana's
I think the Tristana is a pretty solid respect band. Of course, you do still have that Corki. You still do have that Gwen up for grabs, which the Corki AOE we saw that they didn't really want to take it.
I'm surprised that AOE banned Viego because they're blue side.
Yeah, I guess they didn't want to be 1v. They might not be able to play it because I remember them not playing it.
Oh right, they were blue side.
So
they were blue side game. No, they were never blue side. This is the first game blue side. Never mind.
Yes. So they probably just can't play the champion.
Yeah.
They don't feel comfortable on it. So
they take the Diana again though. I don't know how I feel about that.
If it's on Nutter, I could be persuaded that it's pretty solid. But if it's on Matzy, I'm a little worried.
I'm concerned. I think he's comfortable on every champion that isn't Diana. Diana didn't look great, but you know, maybe it was just that failed dive that skewed our perspective. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt here. But ROTM gonna grab the Ezreal this time here. This is our first time taking that one. So grabbing that safety pick, just so they can chill in lane. You know, they don't have to do too much. They don't have to worry too much this time. They also have range so they can farm from afar. And they don't have to walk up to do damage, which is very, very strong as well. I mean, you want to try and gain as much distance away from Diana as possible, so she can't get that Moonfall on you. But Graves here, picked up for most likely Lexus, but it could be a solo lane Graves.
I think if you're gonna pick Graves, you gotta give it to Lexus and get Lexus rolling and get him like absolutely carrying a game. I think that's the only way this pick really works out. Oh, that's Aphelios.
Aphelios Thresh is such a strong lane.
Yeah, that's I'm very excited to see Esmond's Aphelios. I have not seen an Aphelios
Is
in
that
pro
can
play
of
in a
tins
while.
Aphelios
Or
top?
comp play.
Is that can of tins Aphelios top?
Surely not, right? Like that would be a little troll. I'd respect it.
I
it'd
respect
be
it a
a little
lot.
troll.
With the Brad picked up here for Hulk.
There's these are some strange picks coming through. Definitely diverging a little bit from the
Biggest
meta.
comfort here.
Ezreal's still meta though.
Mhm.
Thresh is like pretty standard. Diana's gonna be standard.
Graves, Bard, I think I'm more comfort than anything.
Yeah, you're usually not gonna see the Graves, the Aphelios, or the Bard too much. There are
Oh, Rotom's pick 2 is Graves. It's not showing up on stream. Sorry, it is that Graves
okay.
up there. Gwen gonna be banned away once again. You know, don't want to get snipped. You know, kind of painful. Death by 1,000 cuts is literally how Gwen kills you. 1,000 cuts is literally your passive name.
Yeah, that Gwen pick was definitely pretty strong before. Never really got rolling as much as they wanted it to, but it was
but just
definitely
split push till the ends of the earth.
it was some solid insurance. And of course, they're gonna get rid of the Ornn as a result. They showed their plan of banning the Gwen, so naturally you want to get rid of what could be very useful if the Gwen were still up. So, or if the Gwen were banned away rather. So we'll see what else ROTM want to go ahead and get rid of. Which the Irelia is going to come out again. Surprised we didn't see the Irelia picked up. Of course, they don't want to pick it up too early, lest it get countered. So, and the Vel'Koz also getting banned away. Winged Nation, of course, popping off on the Vel'Koz in game number 1.
Very, very true. And we'll see what Rotom do grab up here. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they draft here. Are they gonna give their counter up to Vibon, or are they gonna give it over to Winged Nation? Or this could just be a bait here, and that Graves could be solo lane, which could be very, very interesting.
Absolutely. Would be interesting. I just don't know if I agree with that decision. Sion getting locked in should just be a top lane Sion. Don't think we'll be seeing anything other than that. So I say if the series goes to game number 5, we just load up a solid if it was allowed, a solid custom game of Ultimate Spellbook. And or like whatever it's called. I think that's what it's called, Ultimate Spellbook.
Yep, Ultimate Spellbook.
Yeah, they just play one of those and just I feel like that's a true display of like skill for whoever can win one of those. Very fun game.
And the GP locked
okay.
in.
I like that into Sion specifically. I think Gangplank into anybody who's a little bit tankier is going to be pretty solid. The barrels, of course, having that natural armor shred is solid, and the Corki getting picked up as well. Of course, not getting banned away, being left up, not easily counterpicked. I'd say something like an assassin is your best bet.
Zed.
I would hate to see Zed in this against this.
There's no AP though. LeBlanc, maybe Akali.
I mean, LeBlanc could be interesting. If you can play it, Akali is also going to be pretty good. Maybe you could get away when playing something like Syndra. Haven't seen Syndra in a hot minute though. And the
Ivern. It's Graves mid.
Okay, so they actually did it. Rewind this real quick, and then before we start going forward, they do have a lot of AD.
Yes.
A lot of physical damage on this team. That being said, they're allowed to, because there's not a lot of AP, or not a lot of tanks on the side of AOE, so there's no one that's really going to hard punish them for going all AD.
Very, very true. There's not much to punish. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, no. You can't really go Frozen Heart because you don't have the Ezreal. It's Rotom who has the Ezreal. I would have been like, you just go Frozen Heart. No, you can't really do that here. Yeah, so AOE, once again, though, they've drafted themselves a very squishy comp like Game 1, and that's where they faltered. But I think the main issue with that is letting the Ornn get super ahead was very, very detrimental to their game plan. So maybe if they don't give the Scion 2 kills for free level 4, it might be a little bit different.
Yeah, that would definitely be helpful. Not letting Graves get super fed early as well, that would also be very helpful. AoE's comp still looks better to me. I still like their draft a lot more. It's like Return of the Middle Six is just trying to do some like kind of crazy stuff, just trying to like counter some of these lanes. I don't really think they have a hard winning lane again. Maybe Graves is supposed to win against Corki. I don't really think that's true.
I think it's relatively even. Graves is supposed to win lane, but he also does get priority very, very quickly. So he should be able to help out this Ivern, invade, get priority on Scuttle Crabs and such. That's what I expect to happen at the very least. We'll see though if it does get punished at all. And yeah, it's gonna be a very, very interesting one. It's I think the only thing I have seen is a Graves top, and I think we've played against it, I'm pretty sure. And it sort of didn't really do anything. Yeah, Graves needs to snowball in order to be useful. He's going to get outranged by both the Aphelios and the Corki. He doesn't really do all that much, so you have to be wary that you are on a timer. And I think the entirety of AoE has amazing scaling. Other than the lack of frontline, AoE definitely hard outscale ROTM, and I want to see a Serpent's Fang on someone.
Yeah, definitely going to be necessary. We did see Can of Tin take a Serpent's Fang when he was playing Jace. So I imagine if he doesn't build it, then he'll at least tell someone, hey, this is necessary, you gotta get this. So definitely looking to AoE to build that item. Definitely going to be very useful against that champion. But we'll see how things go. There's a... I'm still not sold on like the Ivern and Graves.
Me neither. I think it may be comfort, yes, but I just don't see a world where this Graves succeeds if Nutter just plays incredibly safe. I think Ivern scales very well, and it did recently get buffed, so I think it's a fine pick. I just don't really believe in the Graves that much. That's my main problem with their draft. But I like the Scion, I like the Ezreal Bard. The Bard should be trying to look to get some good roams off here. Maybe try and mess around with this Corki, help this Graves get ahead, and with that will help everyone else get ahead, right? That's what I think should happen, but we'll see.
Absolutely. We'll see how that one ends up going. Meanwhile, I mean, you look at the other side, you look at AoE and their team comp. Once again, I mean, it goes without saying, but you feel like AoE is always going to have a pretty solid team composition. Looking at both of these team comps, you look at AoEs and you're like, you see exactly what this team wants to do, you see exactly how they're supposed to do it, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, because you might think, oh, the other team like can clearly see what your team is trying to do, they know how to play around it, but on the other hand, it's very simple, it's very easy to pull off as well. So I mean, and I think it's better to have the other team understand what you're trying to do, but also have it very easy to pull off, than pick something like Sion, Ivern, Graves, Ezreal Bard, which is super abstract and fights a little more scrappy, and but very hard to pull anything off ever, and require your team to play perfectly, which could end up being a detriment to ROTM going into this one.
Very, very true. And it's very important to see how comfort plays into this. And I'm expecting ROTM to be a little more comfortable with what they're doing. Not going to go down 20 CS for no reason this time. Hopefully, I expect them to play a little bit more. I don't know about aggressive, but like with more gusto, maybe, with more confidence. Go for plays that they know they can make, or that are more risky than they were last game, because you have the champions you're used to, you know what you're playing, and you know you just gotta play with respect when people are playing champions that they're very good at, always.
Absolutely, and we'll see how that ends up going for them. Of course, Matzy looking to redeem himself on this. Diana's in general this series not having great showings.
Yeah.
With how Matzy played in game number 1, going about like 1-6-2 or so, something around that. And of course, in this last game, Lexus failing the flash over Krugs and dying for it was some
that was
unfortunate stuff.
unfortunate.
We'll see if Matzy's able to break the curse though.
Yeah, you know, third time's the charm, right? This is the third Diana game. But with that though, yep.
No, you go for it.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna set us a break, but you have anything to say?
No, that's exactly what I was gonna do. So.
All right then. Well, with that, you know, we're going off to a quick break as we get things set up for game number 4. Will ROTM find their footing? Will they turn the tides, or will AOE pull it back with the Canadian sweep? We'll see. We'll be right back. You don't want to miss it.
Back to game number 4 of the finals of the LRS Premade series between AOE Obsidian and Return of the Middle Sticks. And this time, like I said before, they have swapped sides. So we have AOE Obsidian on the blue side and Return of the Middle Sticks on the red side. So things may get a little bit confusing. Hopefully not too confusing. As we get underway here, both teams going for a pretty standard 5 points.
And tier start from Boar is a little greedy in my opinion, especially with the strength of laning that Aphelios Thresh does have. Like, Aphelios is a strong laner on his own, but Thresh just makes it so much easier because you have that added safety net of a Lantern. And we'll see if this tiered start either bites him in the butt or pays off.
Yeah, we will see indeed. We'll see if Lexus is able to pull out that Tyler 1 pathing.
True.
He was popping off for. Would be interesting.
That would be a little interesting. Would be. But we'll see. You know, Doran's shield on style, I really like that. It's really good into the Gangplank, who's just going to be constantly Q-poking you with the grass proc. That's what he wants to do here. And Corky with the fleet, just respecting the Graves damage, you know. He does have slightly longer range autos, I do believe. I think Graves has 500, maybe 525. 425 auto range, actually, so very low. Corky, on the other hand, 550, so will actually just be able to auto from a lot farther away. But, you know, that doesn't really matter when you have skills that can land Oh!
Ooh, a great hook onto the Ezreal, as now Ezreal could be in at least a little bit of trouble here. Nice stun onto the Aphelios, though, getting some return damage down onto him. But Ezreal, of course, not having that E available, that Arcane Shift, means that he's going to take a solid bit of damage, and Aphelios able to heal some of this back up with that Severum. As Gangplank going to take a nice chunk of damage there, as Graves doing what he can to trade back against Corki, but Corki's doing a good job of trading well in the mid lane.
Yep. Ooh, some
Zion.
decent damage. Top lane.
Of course, also got rid of the barrel, so Gangplank not able to get that one off, and just walking up to all these barrels and getting rid of them, does not care at all, but is taking some damage for it as a result, though. So now Thresh gonna look to get rid of this ward. There it goes in just a second. Trying to get... Okay, he was trying to let Aphelios get it for the money. But it's like 10 gold, just get rid of it, I'd say. So,
Yeah, that's not what I would... Ooh.
Thresh looking... First look for the hook, did not get it though. Ivern looking for the gank, trying to look for a play here. A nice flash from Thresh should keep him safe for the time being. As now Ivern could look to go back in, but now Diana is here. She's pretty low though. I don't know if she can actually go for this play. Meanwhile, in the top side, Gangplank gets taken very low after a huge chunk of damage from the Scion comes through.
Gangplank gonna use all those corrupting charges. Should have some cookies coming up very, very shortly though. So he's not in the worst spot in the world. Also, probably has a corrupting potion ticking. No, he's just gonna look for that cheater base actually, and we'll be able to grab a little something for himself as he returns to lane. But bot lane gank was very, very successful there. They were able to burn the flash away from that Thresh, and that's very important there. And Lexus just looking for a transition gank there.
Absolutely. We'll see how bot lane ends up doing. We have... Oh, that hook almost connected. I thought it did. Oh, it did! As now Ezreal has to flash away after using the Arcane Shift. Aphelios wants to go forward, not able to find the kill though with his Severum, as the play falls a little bit short there. They do get Ezreal's flash, which is decent, but it doesn't mean a whole lot when he has the Arcane Shift available to him. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that Summoner spell being down or not.
And the biggest issue there is that they gave up double scuttles here. Lexus getting both of them. They are very happy with that trade up, because Diana did show. Top lane is pushing away though from the Scion, and Diana should just be looking to path towards this top side for now.
For sure, we'll see how Diana's able to maybe bounce back from losing those two Scuttle Crabs. It will be a little annoying to play without that good amount of XP and a good amount of money that you get from those jungle camps. As meanwhile, Scion's actually taking a good bit of damage from this Gangplank every single time he goes for a trade.
Yep.
So Gangplank actually kind of thriving in this top lane. It doesn't really look like it. CS is not where he wants it to be, but I mean, comparatively, considering that Gangplank, how strong he can get and how bullied he should be in the early game, he's having a good time.
Yep. And he's actually losing this trade here. The shield doing a lot of work here.
Not when he
orange.
presses Q and presses W. Eat orange, everything is fine. That is his mantra.
If only oranges did that IRL, that'd be great.
That would be pretty cool. Like, imagine you're, like...
I have the flu, shucks. Oh, wait! Orange!
Or, you're in a coma and then someone force feeds you an orange. As that's a pretty big knock, a pretty big chunk of damage down onto the Gangplank, as he is feeding money into this Scion. Scion's probably got about like 50 gold from barrels alone.
Very, very true. CS is actually dead even between the two, but Gangplank gonna be able to catch up most of this wave here. And the Aphelios is winning this lane, that is expected here, but Lexus, though, chilling here in this bot lane brush, and they have no ward, they don't know he's there. But what can they really do? Can they look for a dive? I don't really know. Ooh.
Oh, Ezreal gets flayed back in, has the Arcane Shift away, is just fine other than that, though, as... Ooh, I saw what Thresh was trying to do. They were trying to get rid of that minion so he could try to Q through the wave. Not able to do so, though. As they're setting up for this dragon, I don't think that's really allowed. Both the top laners are backing Gangplank, of course, able to affect the map without using his teleport. As now Corki looking for a good bit of damage onto Graves. Graves taking a really bad trade here as now Ezreal's going to get rooted up. The Gangplank ult has come down the flash forward from the Aphelios, but Aphelios has been ignited, so his heal does not do nearly as much. Now the teleport's coming through from Sion. They managed to find one kill. They find the next onto Ezreal, and Sion is here trying to do as much as he can. And look how much damage he's doing to the Diana. Erases her from the map, finds the kill. Great job from him, as now Corki could be in some trouble. The ult is not able to go off from the Graves, as now Thresh doing what he can to try to find a return kill. Flays the Ivern back in. He's so low, trying to find a kill, but the shield is going to keep Sion alive, as a lot of action all across the map, but at the end of the day, AOE comes out on top.
Hey God, playing that to perfection. You can't really ask for much.
Well, give it a second, as he might go down here. The Q
no.
is able to find the kill with the auto. There it is. Spoke a little too soon. Caster Curse.
Caster Curse. I'm sorry, K-God. I'm sorry. Oh, the flame was just a little too short. If it went off there, that's huge. That guarantees the kill for Esmond, and now, because of that, they guarantee the dragon for the slate of Rotom. It's 3-3, but the gold lead's still in favor of AoE, but this dragon definitely going to help out this Sion just a little bit here. He's 2-0 as well, though, so you got to respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. Being 2-0 is pretty scary if you are facing the Sion. As meanwhile, Diana actually takes away a red buff from the Ivern, who's gonna have his feelings hurt a little bit from that one, as starting to CS his own side of the jungle, as a great Q from Sion, and he's looking to do even more damage on the Gangplank, but Gangplank is able to fight back at least a little bit, doesn't have his ult available to him, does Q to get himself out of here, manages to dodge out of the way of the E from Sion, and actually comes out on top. Diana's on the Rift Herald. Thresh could walk up. This is actually really bad for Sion if Diana would move from the Rift Herald. She does not want to, though.
Oh.
As she fly. No, that's not allowed.
No.
Don't do that. Don't do that again. Not a fan of that.
That was interesting.
As Diana really wanted to make that play happen, unfortunately.
And get the Rift Herald. You can't get both.
No, goodness, no. You got to choose one. Maybe doing that a little bit sooner could have made for a play. But unfortunately, that is not the case.
And you lose your flash as well. That's not the ideal play.
Gangplank trying to do what he can, does get knocked up. The ult's gonna come out, and Sion's going under the tower, has to stop his ult now, as meanwhile they're trying to catch out Thresh in between the Krugs and the lane, as now he hits a hook onto the Ivern, and now Aphelios is willing to go in a little bit. It does get stunned up, a great stun from the Bard, as now it looks like that's gonna be all she wrote for now. Daisy doing a lot of work onto Aphelios, though. And Daisy, great big center from whatever, I don't know what team. The basketball thing's not working out for me right now. So we'll just call her Shaquille O'Daisy as a...
Shaquille O'Daisy. Oh, we're just following this Gangplank.
Oh, wait. Thresh could go down here, but it doesn't look like... Ezreal doesn't have his ult. He doesn't think he can get the Q off over there, as they managed to take the first tower of the game in the top lane with that Rift Herald, of course, is now Corki going for a trade. Look how much damage he's doing to this Graves. The ult's going to come through from the Gangplank, but the shield's going to come out as well, and the Corki's going to go down. There is a shutdown for the Graves. A great play from him, and of course, Ivern coming in at clutch with that shield.
Yeah, that Swirl Seed doing so much to keep that Graves alive. I think Corki had him dead to rights there. Just the support coming in from the Ivern, a little bit better than the support coming in from Gangplank there. But well played from both sides. Corki, still not the strongest champion in the world. Only a short shoes and a tier and a Caulfield's Warhammer. You don't really do all that much. The Graves has lethality and steel caps, so you can't really trade against that very well.
Yeah, and we see a great play there in the mid lane and the top lane as well. And excited to see more action coming out across the map. I really want to see Ezreal try to get involved at least a little bit with the Graves, because I think Graves could be a pretty nice catalyst for him as well. Mm-hmm. And of course, that is their key to winning this game. I'd say I think Ezreal definitely needs to scale up, get as many kills as possible. Is very close to that Divine Sunderer, but not quite there yet.
But even with those great plays being made by the side of Rotom, they're still down 1.5 gold, and the scaling on the side of AoE is something you have to watch out for.
Of course, and Corky is going to get rooted up real quick. Has the W, will try to get out of there. Does a good job of getting away. As now the ult's going to come out onto the Aphelios, but he does manage to... Oh no, that is Diana rather. Diana used her Hex Tech Proto Belt to get away. As now Ivern gets hooked, but is not going to go down. Ezreal trying to do as much damage as possible, is running forward. The stun is going to swing wide, as now the flash forward from Ezreal trying to find the kill. A nice sidestep from the Diana. The shield's going to come out as well. Hook's going to come out onto Ezreal, and that could be dire for him. He has no way to get out of there. There he goes. Sion going to find the knockup onto Graves, or onto Gangplank rather, but that is all he's going to be able to find. As now Corky finds himself a double kill onto the Bard, is looking for more, trying to find a revenge kill onto the Graves, but Graves has to get out of there. Sion trying to look for the knockup. They know that it was right there, and he's going to get hooked up. Going to get flayed back soon here. Oh, and it's just barely enough to get him killed as he goes into his passive. Nothing that he could do as AOE is trying to take the driver's seat over for this game.
And that looked so good for Road. They just weren't able to execute anyone. Uh-oh, Matsy.
Yeah, Diana looking for a kill onto the Ivern. Could be in some trouble as now Ezreal is back up and running. Trying to find the kill is going to be a Dark Passage on out of there, though. He gets pulled away back towards the mid lane as his dragon is coming up in 4 seconds. This could be a fight, and I don't know if either side really wants to take this. Oh, wait, the Corky package could be pretty solid for AOE.
But one thing to remember, though, Matsy has red buff, so he's going to be sustaining up very, very shortly. He just has to wait just a little bit, and he'll have health back. Canatin is there as well. Oh, this could be big here. Package.
A nice Corky package, and meanwhile, Sion is absolutely demolished. Ezreal doing what he can. The Sion passive is going to manage to find the Diana with Graves' help, of course. Graves going to secure the kill. The Gangplank ult is going down, doing as much as it can, but all it really does is zone them away from this choke point. Meanwhile, Aphelios trying to find a way into this fight, will not be able to do so. Corky wants to try to do something as well. A lot of these health bars are a little low. And their Sion, their big meat shield, is not here. Diana, of course, the one that can actually smite, not here as well. So it looks like Graves is going to be, or rather, sorry, the Ivern is going to be able to secure it. A little confusing there as they are able to do so. They start walking away. And of course, AOE realizes no reason to fight this. We don't have our jungler. No way we get this one back off as well.
One thing to note, though, here. Oh, Bard grabbed that blue buff, huh? Oopsies.
That's a little interesting. I mean, not who you probably wanted that to go to. I don't think it's too bad. Maybe Ezreal would have been better. I don't really think Graves needs it too much. Honestly, I don't think Bard having it is terrible. Might have actually even been the plan. So
Maybe. But one thing to note, though, the first fight there that took place in the red buff jungle of the side of AoE, great barrel chain from Canatin was what won them that fight.
Absolutely.
And the crit was just insane there. So much damage done. He's still sitting on the same items as he was during that fight, so he hasn't really changed much up there. Uh-oh.
Yeah, did not have a lot of CC there. Actually looking for a play onto the Graves. Graves going into skill shot. Ali will be hit by the hook, but nothing else will matter after that. Not able to follow up on that hook, unfortunately. And
yeah. Good look, though, from both sides. Manamune finished on the Corky as well. We'll be looking for either the Immortal Shield Bow or the Essence Reaver. I think he's going for Essence Reaver with that Sheen sitting in his back pocket now. Graves does have that Mythic there, finish the Eclipse. Moonstone Renewer on the Ivor, not going for the Shrelias. I think the buffs on Moonstone were enough to, you know, push it back into the meta. Not like be the be-all end-all item, but definitely not as unbuyable as it was before.
Absolutely, as we're gonna see maybe a little bit of tower damage. Now we're gonna see anything more than that. Dark Passage is gonna come out, and they're looking for a Bard ultimate. Not gonna hit anybody though. Graves in some trouble, very low. Diana's gonna pick up that kill for herself. Very nicely played from her. Great job of dodging that Bard ultimate too. If that Bard ultimate hits, things get very, very dicey there. As now Corky's gonna make sure that Ezreal can't really walk up, or is he? As he's gonna get very low. Ivern looking for a play onto the Corky. Corky trying to get out of here. Does not have flash available. Shut down for the Ivern, but meanwhile, AOE take that bot lane tower as ROTM is going to try to look for a return tower kill onto the mid lane maybe, but all they're really going to find is some damage, if that.
This is scary.
Yeah, Sion could look for a play here. Bard, if he had that ultimate available now, could be pretty clutch. As Sion's going to look for the ultimate. Here he goes. He's trying to look for the Aphelios. It's going to miss. They're just too fast. The heal helping him dodge away from that one. Diana could be in some trouble. Dark Passage gets her away, though, as they retreat under their own tower.
And that should have been very punished, but great plays coming in. And I think Sion took a little bit too long to pull the trigger there. He needed to pull it just a little bit earlier before they got around that bend where the Sion ultimate is really, really hard to land. You know, Vibon may be good at Sion, but he's not the boss. Can't Tokyo Drift as well. But red buff gonna be stolen away and given over to the Bard once again. Bard wants everything, and he wants this Corki.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they're gonna be able to get the Corki, though. Corki is chilling under the mid lane tower. He's leaving now, probably going to head towards the bot lane to start farming that one up or clear some vision. Sees a control ward, doesn't want that sitting there anymore. As looks like he's just going to take away his junglers raptors. Those do belong to the mid laner, everybody knows that.
Yep. Pepe hands to every single jungler in chat. Yeah, those aren't yours. That's illegal, my good sir.
Absolutely is. Bard looking for a play, looking for a stun at best. Aphelios in the wrong pocket for sure. Definitely wants to be playing towards the bot side. Whether or not he knows that or should know that is up for debate.
Yep. And, you know, Corki is going to be shoving in that bottom lane, trying to get some more priority here, dragging up in 40. We definitely want to see some resets coming through, get some pink wards, guys. Ooh, good
great
hook.
hook on to Ivern, and now he drops the box. He's not going to be able to find the flay, though. He flashes forward, trying to cut off the exit from the Ivern. Ivern, what a great juke, but it's not enough. He's still going to go down to the Corki. Corki picking up that kill. Great job from him. Great job from the Thresh to hunt him down to the ends of the earth. And Ivern really did everything that he could to get out of there besides just not being there in the first place.
Oh, and there goes the Bortle. The Bartle. There. Yep, doesn't really do all that much, though.
But the tower, it's so low.
The tower, it's 1 HP.
I think Thresh just barely misses the hook on to Ezreal. He just barely was able to back, and there they go. They cough on the tower. It goes down. And it looks like, yeah, they've gotten 3 towers for themselves right now, as meanwhile, ROTM have 0. Looking like a rough one for them.
There we go. First Infernal.
I guess Diana soloed the dragon, and I kind of just missed that one. As the Bard ult is going to hit 2. Could be pretty dicey for the jungler and the ADC of AOE, as it is just fine. Diana bought herself enough time with her stopwatch before this is a play, as the Corki package is going to be dropped, and Graves is absolutely demolished. Meanwhile, Bard has to run for the hills. Going to be able to flash out of the way of that Thresh hook, as Sion doing what he can with the Ivern, but it's just not enough. Ezreal is here to try to go in, trying to do as much damage as he can. The Qs are not going to find their mark, so Corki doing what he can, trying to find the kill on the Bard, but it's not going to hit. Bard just barely manages to dodge out of the way of the Corki ultimate shot, as no one from AOE is going to go down. Everybody lives. Ooh, that Ezreal ultimate could have been really bad. It's going to miss everybody, though, as AOE looking good still.
Yeah, that was... Ooh, that was very, very close, but AoE end up winning out on that one once again here, and yeah, wolves are mine too, yoink, mine now, as this Corki just grows stronger and stronger. This Graves pick just not showing up here. You know, Lexus was the one that was the biggest catalyst there to help Wing Nation, but, you know, without that there, the Corki is just doing so much better here, and oh my goodness.
Oh my god, look at that damage from Corki, that Essence Reaver, and of course, that Muramana popping off right now. And so, see what he ends up going next. Does not have a mythic yet. Just interesting. I don't know if he's supposed to. Oh, okay. I think that's supposed to be for shield, though. Which I know is not what people are saying that he should be going. Looking for some armor shred, looking for some armor pen, rather.
I don't think you can, like, if you go armor pen, right, it doesn't really do anything because most of your damage is magic anyways.
Exactly, yeah.
You'd have to go with, like, a void staff, if anything, though. Or... I may be mistaken here, but Cannon Tim might have stepped way too far forward.
Oh my god, look at that damage that's coming out. He is so low, but he is going to just barely live somehow, some way. The Ezreal ult is flying forward, but it will just barely miss him. Almost walked into it, actually. If he had started walking down a little bit sooner, would have died to it. or at least would have gotten hit by it rather, as Graves is alone in the top lane. Diana and Thresh on the way on the warpath. He sees Thresh. He might be in some trouble here. The Hextech Protobelt going forward. She's going to miss the Q, which means, yeah, can't go in. Have a feeling that if they chase that too much, then the rest of ROTM can come, and here they are. Bard looking for a play onto the Thresh doing what he can. The Gangplank ult is going to come down. The ult's going to go out from Diana, only going to hit one though, and the Bard ultimate going to keep himself alive for long enough, but a kill for the Thresh. The hook leads to the kill for him, and now Bard's going to go down to the Gangplank as well. Meanwhile, Sion's trying to stay alive. Diana going to go in onto the Ivern, not going to do enough though, getting very low. Ivern looking for the kills, but they don't have enough damage. Sion going to do what he can. The passive going to drop as well, but the Dark Passage is going to bring Diana to safety. And meanwhile, Corki and Aphelios aced. They killed Ezreal during that, as well as I imagine. I don't remember if Graves was top during that, because I think it was only a triple kill. So I have no idea what happened in mid lane. Kills all across the board for the side of AOE, and honestly, I think this game is just a matter of time at this point.
11k up. This game is basically over here. They needed to try and find something in this early game, and they just haven't found anything. No foothold, no nothing. They have no side to play through. The Grace pick just not working out here for the side of ROTM as of now. And the Sion pick, you know, I mean, it's good, but it's just not doing, like, it's doing what it can, but it's just not a pick that wins you games.
Yeah, the biggest issue I have with the Graves pick, too, is you're playing red side. Like, you had your last pick open, you last pick Ivor, and you picked the Graves into Corki. You gave Corki possibly one of the easiest lanes of his life. You could have picked something that could, you know, make Corki's life miserable, but instead, like, Corki was winning 1v1s super hard against Graves, and only lost the 1v1s that he only lost the 1v1s that he lost because of Ivern coming up and shielding. Yeah, and every jungler can help with that as well. Like, there were so many options that you could have done. Graves could have done that from... Oh, wait, they're actually looking for a play onto the Aphelios. Aphelios getting stunned up, but of course, the Gangplank ultimate coming down. Thresh in some trouble. The Dark Passage not going to do too much. The stun not going to hit onto Aphelios. Is going to be shredded up by the Ezreal ultimate, though, as Diana's going in. Sion doing what he can to kill the Diana is going to erase her, as now Bard's going to go down to the Corki. It's such a scattered fight, as now Graves could go down to the Thresh. Goes down to the Aphelios instead, as now Ivern's doing what he can to get out of this one, but Corki's going to find the kill onto him as well. Meanwhile, Sion doing what he can with the shields is just not enough. Does not have the damage to take down the Corki. Cannot out-damage such a hyper carry in the mid lane. It goes up 20-7 as AOE's looking to close out this game. They are on the march for the inhibitor. I don't think they can take the Nexus quite yet. They might be powerful enough to kill anyone who opposes them.
They have double Sheen carries. Oh, they're going to base.
They are, in fact, going to base. They don't feel quite confident enough in that play, in that decision. I respect the idea of going for the dragon instead. I do think you need to start going for the
LDR lane. For the meme.
Oh, well, there it is. He does a...
Oh, no. Sag. No LDR.
No, he got shield, though. Sorry, everybody. Pack it in.
He sold his,
Last Whisper?
Last Whisper for Zeal.
Unfortunate. Now Diana's gonna go in, hits two people with her ultimate, and Bard's gonna try to negate some of that damage with his own ult, but he's gonna go down before he can go through the magical journey. Meanwhile, Ezreal is going to be taken out by a massive crit from the Gangplank, as Aphelios is solo killing the Ivor and hunting him down all by himself. As now, yeah, AOE just slowly but surely looking like they're going to win this game, and they are doing everything that they can to start closing this one out. They're escorting their super minion through mid lane. Gonna start to... Oh, wait. Graves could be in some trouble. Gets hit by the Gangplank ult. So much damage coming down. But Aphelios is going to go down to the Sion. Sion doing what he can to try to find a return kill, but there's the Immortal Shield as now Sion's going to go down trying to hunt down this Diana. Not going to be able to do so. Will be able to get the kill onto Thresh. 300 gold in his pocket. That is it. Meanwhile, Gangplank is pushing out the bot lane. Going to find this tower as well. This inhibitor tower. Got the last one. Got the inner. As Ezreal could try to chase them off of the inhib at best. He will. They don't want to overstep their bounds. as there's no objective for them to take, unfortunately, as ROTM is gonna just kind of go woo in their base, as not able to do a whole lot more than that.
Yeah. And the Aphelios does so much damage now. 3 items to his name, 3 items on the Corki, 4 items on the Corki. These 80 carries are doing so much. The triple crit fiesta here coming in from the side of AoE is just so insane. They do so much damage. And Anathemas has been finished by the Scion. I'm going to check who he put it on. He put it on the Corki. I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, Corky's just absolutely massive right now. He's pretty scary. Not much else to say about that one. Being 9-2-3 in this game is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, every one of the damage threats are pretty scary. Gangplank being 7-0-10. Like, if it was just Corki, I could be like, all right, you just kill Corki, everything might be okay. But you have a 7-0-10 late game Gangplank to work through. You have a 4-2-11 Aphelios to work through as well.
3 items on both, by the way.
Yeah,
as well as 3 items on Diana.
it's a scary time for ROTM, and you're basically just looking at your Nexus going, when is it going to explode? And oh my goodness, this Scion's trying to find a play. It's just gonna try to. They actually are going to catch out Corki here. Great play from them, and they're gonna look for more. They knock up both Thresh and Aphelios. Aphelios doing what he can to run away. A double kill for the Graves, and now Aphelios has to do his best to kite this one out. He's going to be taken out by the Ezreal. A great play from him. But it doesn't matter. Gangplank is still pushing. They can't really get anything. There's no objective to collect. Diana looking for a play. Finds one. Might be able to find another. Ivern is running away. Daisy doing her best to peel. And playing some massive defense on for the Ivern, as now Gangplank able to find that inhibitor. But that is it. That is all they're able to find, as ROTM take just, trying to put their foot in the pool. They can't cannonball their way back in. There's no feasible way. They would have to find a great play like that and then get Elder and then get Baron. That is what they would have to do all in one fell swoop. That's not going to happen, though. Instead, they just kind of put their small toe into the pool.
Toe into the water. They try and get themselves going. They need to try and find a way into this pool, into this game, to make something happen here. But this Corki is so incredibly strong. He did get caught out there, though, and he did give up a shutdown, but even so, he still has a 150 bounty on his head.
Which is only, I would say it's still bad for Corki, because he still has an extra 150 to give up. Gangplank, of course, has 700. Diana could be in some trouble here. Taking a lot of damage. Speaking of in trouble, I think Ezreal's in a good bit more. Yeah, Corki didn't really hit a lot of his skill shots, didn't even use his package. He's looking to try to end this game, actually. Everybody has to back to deal with the Corki. They're actually stopping the backs. Corki finally has to start running away because Bard is coming up. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is onto the Baron, trying to get this objective. And Corki can solo hold them here very easily, as Thresh is actually going in all by himself onto Ivern, seeing what he can do. Oh wait, no, never mind. He has Gangplank with him, who's able to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Bard doing what he can to kill the Corki. Corki not doing a whole lot with the package or with the W, is still able to find a kill onto the Scion. Meanwhile, oh, actually, no, that was Gangplank who finds the triple kill onto the Scion with his ultimate.
Mine now. He has the collector collected.
Yeah, that's going to be game. That is going to be the LTS Premade going over
LRS,
to AOE. LRS, sorry, I said LTS again. LRS Premade going over to AOE Obsidian. They are your champions. GG.
GG, well played. AOE take home the series with a Canadian sweep. Going home with the ship. Here we go.
The Canadian sweep.
A Canadian sweep. You gave him one to be nice. And everyone popping off here on the side of AoE here. Esmond, Nutter, Matsy, Canaton, K-Got, all of them playing out of their minds here these past 3 games.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. They're definitely playing out of their minds. Canaton having a 21 KP from the top lane. Of course, you're playing Gangplank. It does help that you do have that map-wide ult. K-God having 25 out of 32 KP. The most on his team.
Who is this from, though?
I believe that's Jay Poner.
Okay.
I think I pronounced that right. If I
All
did.
right. There we go.
So yeah, shout out to Jay Poner.
Shout
I'll
out
do
to
it
Jay
again.
Boner.
He misclicked, and oh no, he accidentally spent like 25,000. Well,
Oh, that's rough.
that's immortalized in the final. So you know what?
Yeah, not
Worth
that
it.
bad. We take those.
As still a really solid game, a really solid series in general, minus game number 1 from the side of AOE Obsidian. Esmond was my standout performer from every single game, including the game that they lost. Esmond popped off. Of course, this game, Canaton, Nutter doing exceptionally well.
Yeah.
10-0 and 11 on Canaton, 11-3 and 6 on the Corki, doing enormous amounts of damage. And look at the Corki damage specifically. I mean,
Insanity.
yeah. Whew.
Yep. But with that, we should be heading over to a quick break as, I think we'll do an analyst desk thingy and then, maybe a winner's interview, we'll see. But we'll be right back. Well, I won't be back, but, you'll see Mr. Wolven and Mr. Gurf. And don't forget, Player of the Series is on the table for y'all, so you should vote for that. See who gets recognition. But we'll be right back as the break comes through, and you'll see Mr. Gurf and Mr. Wolven on the table for talking to the winners. We'll be right back.
My blood leads to vengeance. I'm taking it myself again. So prove to you I can withstand. Don't test me. My blood is a vengeance.
Inside is telling me I could leave and make it seem like everything was meant to be. I could let you down so easily. You might as well be done with me. I'm wondering what I can do. It's a long way down. Can you get me closer? I've been boiling over. It's a super in my head. It's the same old feeling. I've been lost, I'm sinking. It's a super in my head. Feel so bad, nothing seems like what does right. For everything was nothing right. It's how I've been here before. I never know how to get out, get out, get out. My thoughts blue eyes. Get out. My thoughts blue eyes. Can you get me closer? I've been boiling over. It's a super in my head. It's the same old feeling. I've been lost, I'm sinking. It's a super in my I wish that I could say something. Don't be afraid, this is not forever. Don't be afraid, this is not forever. I wish that I could feel something. Don't be afraid, this is not forever. Don't be afraid, this is not forever. taking me down. Troubled, childless, turns to pain and suffering. Just a way of preparing you for the dull realities of everyday strife. Just a way of invading you with this grand subservient way of life. Now there's a void in my heart, but I cannot go beyond. Run away and the space seems so far away. Just a way of invading you with the self-understanding of life. There's no escaping our fate, the cause remains the same. It's just a way to bring you under the control until you're dead, it's for your own good. It's just the way it was in the time of life when you were the one who will never be understood. I won't sign my life away. I won't sign my life away. Now there's a void.
And welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Your player of the series is no other than Esmond on that last game, going 4-3-12 on Aphelios. But other than that, he played out of his mind through the entire series tonight.
This was a big game here for sure, and just honestly a nice clean job by everyone on AOE. You know, we don't often see Aphelios. I know there was the talk for the potential Aphelios going top, but I think honestly running that gangplank for Kenaton top was really, really, really good. I don't believe he died. I don't believe he died.
He went
the last
10-0 and 11.
Yeah. So that was honestly really good stuff. But, you know, tonight Esmond played really well too. That last Tristana game that we saw from him as well too was definitely, I would say, one of the more standout points for him tonight. Couldn't have done it without his support. I mean, K-God K's Thresh. I've been on this desk before and said it before. It is absolutely ridiculously good. And you cannot deny the fact that, you know, for one, you pair up Thresh and Aphelios. That's right off the bat a great
You always
pair.
have to watch out, especially with someone picks Aphelios, because with Thresh, it's just insane.
Yeah. And then again, the remaining members of AOE doing their jobs, doing them fantastic. I mean, you can't have asked for anything better. I do got to give a shout out to ROTM for, you know, doing their best to stick in this one. And definitely, you know, that game one was all theirs, but AOE, they flip things around 2, 3, 4, and that is it. They are now our champions, which means we're gonna do a classic little interview, or at least drop in to get the thoughts from our winning team in just a few seconds here. But thoughts before we head
So
over.
you have to give props to Rodham Jungler, to 2004 Lexus, especially on that last game, because there was a lot of times where Grades would have lost to Quirky in the mid lane, but he was there to give the shield so Graves could pick up that kill. He tried his hardest. Yes, you don't really see Ivern a lot, but it's always awesome to see good Ivern players, and he's a good Ivern player.
Oh, that was first of all what I skimmed over that fact. I mean, the fact that we got to see an Ivern and the fact that he was using it extremely well, that was extremely great for me to see. Unfortunately, wasn't able to deal with all that damage, but there were a few moments there from Luxus where it's like, oh, I didn't even know he could juke like that on Ivern. As he almost got away that one situation in the bot lane where he queued a minion, ran the opposite way, and then took the path back as he almost escaped that moonfall. But honestly, there was a lot of I really liked the Ivern that was picked up in that game. It just was way too much damage coming out from AOE.
And then you have to give it props to Mastery. Is it Matsei? Is that
Matsei.
He redeemed himself on the Diana. You know, that first game was a little rough, and then he came back with the game 4 saying, no, I can play this champion, I just had a bad game.
And Lil Nutters on the Corki. Oh my god, does that champion get brutally terrifying as the game goes on. I mean, able to go in there with the package, just shred apart anybody who's squishy, and then gets out with the second Valkyrie. I don't know what you do about that. Yeah, Corki is pretty squishy. We saw a couple times he went in and they're like, hey, there's a Corki in her face. We should probably deal with that. But for the most part, those times that Nutters went in, it was really, really good.
Hey, he lived up to his name. You know, he was nutty on the quirky.
Pretty nuts. But why don't we head on over to the AOE chat where these champions are waiting and hanging out right now. So if you're watching AOE, prepare yourself. I'll give you guys 15 seconds to to just ready yourselves for this. But Wolven, I'll move you over and I'll meet you in there in just a bit.
Hello everyone. We're waiting on Gurf to get here, but thoughts on on winning another championship, Can of 10.
Hey man, you know ROTM they had us in the first half. They really did.
You mean
But yeah,
first quarter?
In the first, yeah, sure, first quarter. They had us in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
I got soloed by Ornn one too many times.
And
I don't know who.
question for your coach. What did you think about, you know, your team losing game 1 and then coming back on game 2 like with a big stomp?
I saw it coming. Like the way we lost game 1
Mm-hmm.
actually gave us more confidence rather than a mental impact, because like we ran it so hard, and frankly we still had so many chances to like win this game still, or like it was really close. So I was like, okay, if we stop running, and I knew we would stop running it because we ran it, so we just play our usual game, I knew that it would look completely different for the rest of the series.
Any questions from you, Garth, for them?
I honestly want to know if there was any possibility in that last game of the potential of Felios top flex, and at what point, or if there was any point of you saying, okay, no, it's going ADC.
Dude, I asked for it. I literally I asked for it every game, unironically. I'm like, Topelos? Is it a Topelos
That's
thing?
true.
Topelos? Like, come on, I can play here. But I have
Dude,
to
he
say,
watches Drew, he knows the tech.
Yeah, I know.
I have to say, you playing the game playing field in that last game was a smart choice. Of course, you know, you went 10-0. You never died at once that game, but I feel like your game playing is really strong, and people forget about that. And you prove time and time again you can play this champion.
Yeah, I mean, they did ban it in the first 2 games, but they left one up, so that was fun. I mean, my GP is like, I wouldn't say it's one of my best top laners, it's just something I can play somewhat consistently as long as I don't get camped, and our team doesn't really camp top lane, so it was fine for me to play it.
Any other questions, Garth?
I think, if anything, I'd like to hear the final thoughts, any TOS safe final thoughts from our champions of the night. Any thoughts that were going on through your head through the series? You know, any specific moments that stood out for you guys?
I'm
I
a
really
little
like
bit
the
sad.
mid.
Yeah, that's true. I'm a little bit sad we couldn't bust out the Kalista. Because like we busted it out in semis, but it didn't really go the way we wanted it to go. So I was like, I wanted to like show, okay, like this is how it's supposed to look in the finals, but we didn't get the chance.
Well, not tonight, but you guys are champions, so congratulations from all of us here at Legends. You did a fantastic job this split and a fantastic job these playoffs too. So
One last thing though,
yes.
I want to give a shout out to Evermore. Our team was definitely the second best team we faced this tournament, so huge respect for them. But Evermore showed a level of team cohesion I've never seen from a plat team before outside of us. And I just want to give a shout out and mad respect to this Evermore squad. If we weren't here, I think they would have won it. So big props there.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you guys so much for putting on a great show for us tonight, and enjoy the feeling of being a champion, or for some of you, double champion. Pretty pug guys, congratulations.
Thank you guys, thank you.
Yeah,
With that, I am going to we're gonna go with the conclusion of the end. Any last thoughts before we end the stream? Any
Uh,
announcements or?
Got a couple announcements. Just for now, the stream is going to be moved back to next Friday, so there will be no LTS tomorrow. So our next stream will be Saturday at 3 p.m. EST. That'll be, I believe, the semifinals for LAS Valorant. But other than that, I'm just super impressed with all the players we got to see here tonight. They gave us a fantastic finals, but huge congratulations to our players out there who are going to be our crown champions, those players on AOE. And of course, very big shout out to a couple of those players who have now done it twice in a week. Wolven.
Yeah, that is true. Twice in a week, Esmond and Canopton.
Yes, very, very great stuff. But thank you so much for being a lovely streamer tonight, Wolven. Couldn't have done it without you, brother.
Oh, you're welcome. No problem. I have fun doing it, and I hope everyone else, enjoyed it as well. But with that, we're gonna end, and I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Don't forget, it's Saturday for the Valorant. Is it Valorant finals or is it Valorant
Semifinals for Valorant? I believe Phoenix versus Lotus. It's gonna be a great one. Don't want to miss it. Oh boy. Anyways, take care, everyone.